a couple of seconds at the top here just to let people join because we've got people coming in from around the world and just want to make sure that everyone is in and is ready for today's session. So hopefully everyone can get going in a second. Okay. So I'll start proper now. So hi everyone. If you've just joined us, and welcome to the P2P and O2C Leadership Summit for 2026. My name is Jay Vinderlingham, and I'm going to be your host throughout today's event. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are in the world. And I'm very excited today as we've got a really informative and interactive session ahead of us. Throughout this summit, you're going to hear from industry experts who are going to be sharing their practical advice, giving some real world experience, and giving you some actionable strategies that you can take back into your organization. So we'll kick off the session very soon. But before we do that, just a little bit of housekeeping, if you like, just to encourage you to use the chat function throughout the session, or you could submit some questions using the Q&A feature as well. It's a bit of a two-way street, this thing, so you always get out of it much more when you are interactive and asking us questions. So do that. And as a reminder as well, we're going to be running some breakout rooms during some of the sessions where you get to choose which session to attend, which one's most relevant to you. And when it's time for those breakout sessions, you'll see a breakout room button in the toolbar, and that will pop up in the at the bottom of your Zoom window. And then when that happens, you just simply click breakout rooms, and then there'll be a list of those available sessions, and then you just choose the one that's most relevant to you, the one you're most interested in, and then you join that, and you'll get taken directly into there, into that chosen session. So that's a bit of housekeeping, if you like, about what to expect. But we've got some great keynote speakers as well today, and we're going to get kicked off with that soon. But before we do, I'd like to introduce Paul Taylor, O2C Education Lead from IFOL. Paul's keynote challenges finance leaders to reimagine O2C and P2P for an ever-evolving global landscape, unlocking speed, intelligence, and value in an era of continuous motion. So, without further ado, over to you, Paul, and yeah, take it away.
Thanks very much, Jen. Let's just get things shared. Okay, hopefully that's come through. Okay, so finance on the horizon, a world in motion. We'll jump straight in. The horizon has disappeared. Change is no longer something that we can actually see coming. It's all around us all the time. With artificial intelligence, AI advancements are evolving weekly, almost faster than organizations can adapt. Tasks that took teams hours or days can now be completed in seconds or minutes. And it creates opportunity, but also disruption. The challenge for finance leaders is no longer whether to adopt AI, but how quickly we can do it, but while maintaining governance and control and also trust. With geopolitical shifts, political instability, trade disputes, sanctions, regional conflicts can impact supply chains, customer behavior, economic performance almost overnight. Finance leaders must now navigate a global environment where risks can emerge quickly and spread across markets with unprecedented speed. Customer expectations are changing every day. They increasingly expect speed, transparency, frictionless trade, experiences in every interaction, including billing, payments, and dispute resolution. Finance functions can no longer focus solely on efficiency. They must also contribute to effective customer experience and long-term relationship value. Technology disruption. New technologies continue to reshape how how businesses operate every day, communicate, and also compete against each other. What was considered innovative 3 years ago is probably already outdated. Finance leaders face constant pressure to modernize systems, integrate data, and support digital transformation while maintaining operational stability. And they may have talent expectations. Today's workforce has different expectations around flexibility, purpose, development, and leadership. Traditional career paths and management styles are becoming less effective. We'll talk about this later on. The challenge is not simply attracting talent, but creating an environment where skilled people choose to stay, can grow, and contribute to the organization. Regulatory change. Regulatory requirements continue to expand across data protection, ESG, financial reporting, cybersecurity, and operational resilience. Finance leaders must now balance compliance obligations with the need for agility, innovation, and business growth. Economic volatility, I think we all experience this. Inflation, interest rates, market uncertainty, change in consumer confidence can rapidly impact cash flow, sales margins, and investment decisions. In an increasingly uncertain environment, finance leaders are expected to provide stability, insight, and confidence when others are looking for answers. Cyber attacks have evolved from an IT concern into a main boardroom issue. The financial, operational, and reputational consequences of a major breach can be significant. Finance functions play a key role in protecting data, maintaining controls, and supporting organizational resilience. Supply chain risk. Global supply chains are becoming increasingly interconnected and increasingly fragile. Disruption in one region can quickly impact organizations thousands of miles away. Finance leaders must balance the cost, resilience, and supplier relationships while maintaining continuity of service and protecting working capital. Individually, each of these forces would create significant change. The challenge facing finance leaders today is that they're all happening at the same time. This isn't the storm that we're sailing through, it's the ocean that we're operating in right now. There is no longer a distant goal, only continuous motion around us. Sounds like bad news, but it's not all bad news. In the age of permanent motion, the world has actually shifted, and so must we. And let's have a look at how things have sort of developed. In 1995, for those of us that can remember back that far, we had change within periods of stability. Stability was the norm. Organizations had time to react, they had time to recover, they had time to return to stability before the next major change arrived. Staff were told, and I'm being very blunt here, suck it up and get on with it. We didn't have a choice. We were rarely included. We had to get on with that change and accept it. 2010, things had changed. The pace of change started to accelerate following the financial crisis and the global recession. Change became more frequent. Adaptability became an advantage. Businesses learned the importance of resilience, adaptability, and being able to respond faster to uncertainty. Staff started to be engaged with in relation to change, involved much earlier in the process, and the change itself then started to become a science. We started talking about things like change curves and the stages of acceptance of change. These were started to be widely discussed. 2026, change is constant. Adapting to it is now survival. Staff were considered in the science that then evolved, with staff being involved very much early on in the process. We started talking about things like change fatigue. Transformation became a permanent function within global organizations. But technology, regulation, customer expectations, global events are all evolving simultaneously, creating this world of continuous motion. And a lot of what we're seeing are staff being left behind in the hope that technology, AI, RPA, machine learning, all these terms we hear, will actually be the solution to all of our problems. But these are tools for people to use, not the golden fix to fix a bad process, to fix a bad structure, or to fix poor management. Change is no longer an individual event. It is the new operating model that we need to adapt to. So, 5-year plans are dying. We all remember when we used to have our 5 or 10 or 15-year plan, but the future is becoming increasingly difficult for us to predict. Success is no longer determined by having the perfect plan, but by adapting faster than the world changes around us, or at least faster than our competitors. Every assumption is now being challenged. Business models, are they suitable now or compatible with the next 5 years when we can no longer forecast accurately what the next 5 years looks like? Careers, Staff are now questioning the futures. We've got the gig generation of people that just go from one gig to the next to the next. They move very quickly, but why do they move? You'll hear more later on in this summit about the entrance of Gen Z and the impact that they're making on the workforce later on today. Customer expectations are increasing as global markets offer more variety. Entire industries are being redefined. It almost feels like the rules are changing while we're still playing the game. And the rules are changing faster than ever before. And even yesterday's best practice may also be outdated today. The cost of friction, manual processes, manual handoffs, disconnected systems, slow decision making are almost like an invisible tax on growth. Individually, each delay may appear manageable. It may even appear negligible, but over an entire end-to-end process, it compounds into slower cash flow, higher operating costs, weaker controls, poorer customer journeys, and damage to staff morale. Another reason why they like to move on very quickly. In a world moving faster than ever, friction is becoming a competitive disadvantage. So on that note, we're going to do a quick poll. What I'm going to ask is which force will have the greatest impact on finance by 2030? AI and technology, workforce and talent, customer expectations, data, and particularly good data, and uncertainty, economic volatility. So just give it a second there to get some answers through. Just have a think. What do you think will be the greatest force on finance by 2030? Okay, getting some results through now. Okay, and tech looks to be featuring quite highly. Workforce and talent. Not I wouldn't say a close second. Let's see how many more we have. Okay, I think that's us. So AI and technology sitting at 54%. Of you think that AI and technology is going to be the greatest impact. Workforce and talents at 23%. I'm quite glad that's featured there. Uncertainty and economic volatility, 15%. So, yeah, I'm not surprised these are the numbers. AI and technology is something everybody's talking about, but workforce and talent, for me, drives the technology. But yeah, thanks very much for that. Let's move on. So those five forces that we pulled about the AI and tech, a workforce and talent, good customer expectations and data, particularly good data, uncertainty and economic volatility. The obvious questions here, if you could only focus on one of these, where would you start? So we're going to have a look at three different possibilities, three different possible answers. So option one, some leaders would argue that workforce comes first. After all, technology doesn't transform organizations, people transform organizations. So workforce should come first. You can invest millions of dollars or pounds or euros in artificial intelligence, automation, data platforms. But if your people don't have the skills, the confidence, the leadership capability to use them, you'll never realize the true benefits. Every successful transformation that I've ever seen or been involved in have ultimately been a people transformation. So perhaps workforce should be our first priority. It's a fairly compelling argument. Let's have a look at the second option. So we've got data first. Data is the foundation. Others would argue that data has to come first. AI needs data, insight needs data, decision making needs data, risk management needs data, customer understanding needs data. But if your data is fragmented, if it's inconsistent, unreliable, if every decision built on top of it becomes questionable, perhaps we focus on anything else, then perhaps before we focus on anything else, we really should focus on getting our data right. It's another very convincing argument. So let's have a look at the third option. Let's start at the end of the process, customer expectations. Start with the customer and work backwards. A third group of people would say that we're asking the wrong questions. Customers define whether organizations succeed or fail. Their expectations drive operating models drive processes drive technology requirements, and then technology then determines capability. So perhaps everything should start with the customer, built around customer outcomes, and then everything else follows. It's hard to argue against that one. But here's the problem. Every one of those answers is right. And that's only focusing on three possible options out of the five potential challenges we have. But also every one of those, all five would be wrong. In fact, there aren't five priorities. There's actually one single system. We've spent years trying to decide what one comes first. Is it AI or is it people? Is it data or is it customers? Is it risk or is it innovation? The reality is that none of these forces operate independently. AI changes workforce requirements. Workforce capability shapes customer experience. Customer experience and expectations drive our data requirements, and data improves decision making. Better decisions help organizations navigate the uncertainty, and uncertainty influences every strategic choice we make. So there aren't five separate priorities. They are one single interconnected system. The organizations that succeed over the next 10 years won't be the ones that optimize individual functions. They'll be the ones that connect people, technology, data, customers, and decision making into one single operating model. That's the future of finance. It's not functional excellence, it's connected excellence. So let's address the elephant in the room. Every conference I've been to, every article, almost every LinkedIn post seems to be talking about AI. Apart from me, I told people to stop talking about AI, but that was for a good reason. People who talk about AI usually fall into one of two extremes. They either say AI will save us, or they say AI is going to replace us and start worrying about it. Personally, I don't think either is true. The future isn't AI. The future is human plus AI. So what AI should do is automate, simplify, and scale. We spend far too much of our time asking people to do work that machines are naturally better suited to do. High volume work, repetitive work, rules based, process driven activities. But what should AI actually do? Let's have a look at it. So, automated. If tasks follows the same steps every time, AI should probably be doing it. I would argue that that's more automation as opposed to AI. But let's talk about it as a general tool. If it's rules based, if the answer can be determined by a policy, a workflow, or even a decision tree, AI can help execute that consistently. If it's data driven, AI can analyze millions of records in seconds and identify patterns that humans may never see. If it's repetitive, nobody joins finance because they dream of copying data from spreadsheet into a spreadsheet or sitting inputting invoice detail into a computer system all day. At least in my career, I've never found anybody that wants to do that every single day. And that's what AI should be doing. So consistent. If machines don't get tired, they don't have bad days. They don't sit at 4:45 on a Friday afternoon, losing concentration, dreaming about the weekend. They just continue to work. But we still need a human to turn it off and on again when things go wrong. Scalable. AI can operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without increasing headcount, having to pay shift allowances, or having to pay overtime. We don't need to worry about people working different shifts because they're dealing with different countries across the world or time differences. So it's a completely scalable tool. But here's where many organizations get it wrong. They focus entirely on what AI can do instead of asking, well, what should humans be doing? So what humans must do is we need to lead, we need to inspire, and we need to create. We need to focus on the work that requires judgment, empathy, and creativity. As technology becomes more capable, the value of uniquely human skills increases. So we need a lead. Someone still has to set the direction. Someone still has to create the purpose, build the culture, and inspire the people to follow. Judgment. AI can provide recommendations, but humans remain accountable for the decisions that need to be made. Influence. Strategy only becomes reality when people buy into it. Innovate. AI can identify patterns. It's fantastic. It's great at doing this. But humans can imagine the possibilities that those patterns can bring. Guide. Organizations still need vision. They still need leadership. They still need people willing to navigate the uncertainty. And empathize. Very glad about this. Trust relationships and understanding people remain fundamentally human capabilities. Although I've seen recently some AI models starting to be sarcastic with the user, and that apparently is the first sign of sentient humans or sentient beings. So we'll see how that goes. But in the center of this is where the absolute magic happens. It's not about AI replacing humans. We've seen so many examples across the globe of organizations doing a poor implementation of AI letting hundreds of staff potentially go and then having to rehire them when they realize that didn't go wrong. AI, it's not about AI replacing humans. It's not about humans resisting AI. It's about humans and AI working together because AI is a tool for humans to use. So AI handles the work and delivers the efficiency. Humans deliver and elevate the impact. Well, so it's the opportunity that's in front of us, not to become less human, but for us to become more human than we've ever been before. We need, by letting technology take care of the absolute routine, the boring stuff that none of us really want to do, we then free people up to focus on leadership, to focus on creativity, judgment, decision making, and relationships. And that's where the future of finance is actually going to be won. So the question isn't how much AI can we implement? The better question is how do we redesign our operating model so humans and AI can each do best what they do best. And that's where finance transformation really begins. So there are new expectations of finance. We've now moved, we're no longer historians. We've moved from reporting the past to help shape the future. So let's have a look at some of the new expectations on finance. So traditionally, finance, we were asked to report the past. We acted like historians. We dug into the books and we said, yes, this is what we did over the last 12 months. But today, we're more often being asked to try and shape what's going to happen next. So strategic leadership means helping the business understand where it is going, what opportunities exist, and what risks need to be managed. It means influencing investment decisions, supporting growth plans, and helping leadership teams make better long-term choices, better insights. And this is a big one. The next expectation is insight. Most organizations I've ever worked for or consulted with are absolutely drowning in data, but they're starving for insight. They've got all the data, but they don't know what to do with it. Dashboards, reports, spreadsheets, they're valuable, but they only help people make better decisions. The role of finance is increasingly to turn information and understanding and information into understanding and understanding into action. This is where the big change is. So the question is no longer what happened. The question is what should we do next? We faster decisions, so the pace of business is accelerating. An awful lot of us have had conversations with CFOs across the globe, and they're saying sometimes it feels like everything's just racing ahead of you, and you just can't hold on. Opportunities appear and disappear more quickly than they ever have before. Risks emerge faster, disappear quicker, while you're still looking at the impact that risk has had on you. Customer expectations change faster. Competitive threats now move faster. In that environment, slow decisions can become very expensive decisions. Modern finance must provide decision makers with timely, accurate, and relevant information, not weeks later, not a month later at quarter end, or even worse at financial year end, but at the point the decisions need to be made. Greater value. Historically, finance often measured value after it had already been created. Today, finance is expected to actively contribute towards value creation. That might mean improving working capital and identifying inefficiencies, supporting commercial decisions and optimizing investment choices, or helping the business understand where resources will deliver the greatest return. Trusted business partner. All of this ultimately leads to the final expectation, becoming a trusted business partner. Not because somebody gives finance that title, but because finance earns it every single day. Trusted business partners don't simply provide reports, they provide explanation and perspective. They don't just identify problems and point a finger and say that doesn't work. They help solve them. They understand the operational challenges that facing the business, and they speak the language of customers, of sales, of operations, and provide leadership. And they build credibility through insight, judgment, and consistency. And when finance reaches that point, something very important happens. Finance stops being viewed as a support function and starts being viewed as an essential part of how the organization succeeds. The expectations of finance have fundamentally changed. We're moving from reporting the past to shaping the future, from scorekeepers to strategists, from commentators to contributors. It's an exciting time. from finance as a function to finance as an actual business partner. This is the one I love. The death of the functional silos. How many times have we said, "Oh, it's all silo things like this"? For decades, organizations have been structured around functions. Finance had its teams, operations, technology, procurement. They all had its teams. Customer service had its teams. Everybody had clear responsibilities, clear objectives, clear reporting lines. On paper, it looked great. It looked organized, but in reality, it was often far too fragmented. Here's the problem with silos. Have a look at the image. Each box represents a specialist team. Financial planning, accounts receivable, accounts payable, treasury, reporting, compliance, procurement, customer service, risk, and the list goes on. Individually, they may all perform very well, but customers don't experience departments. Suppliers don't experience departments, and cash flow doesn't flow through departments. Business outcomes happen across processes. This is a case of functional excellence versus process excellence. Many organizations became very good at managing functions, but very few became good at managing end-to-end processes. And as a result, we've created handoffs, lots of handoffs, which then create delays, need for rework, duplicate data, conflicting priorities, multiple versions of the truth. Most people have discovered that. Everyone optimizing their own area and nobody owning the entire customer journey. And that's what this image represents: complexity, interdependency, and friction. And this is precisely why order to cash has become so important. Modern organizations are increasingly asking, why manage departments separately when the customer experiences one journey? And now we bring in procure to pay. And the same principle applies on the supplier side. Procure to pay isn't an accounts payable process, although historically all activities were fragmented through procurement, finance, operations, technology teams, the list goes on. Increasingly, they're now being viewed as one connected ecosystem, and technology changes everything. Technology is accelerating, and the death of all functional silos. They no longer can operate. Modern platforms don't care which department owns a process. AI doesn't care which team created the data. Automation doesn't care which reporting line a task sits under. Digital operating systems naturally connect workflows, data, and decisions. So in future operating models, these silos can no longer function independently. The future belongs to organizations that connect them, the organizations that organize around outcomes and around customer journeys rather than departments, and join end-to-end processes rather than create organizational charts, which always look good. Order to cash and procure to pay are not finance processes. Might be interesting to know, but they're business processes, overall business processes that we must learn to lead. So let's have a look at them in a very simple form. So the new front line of business performance. I love this one. Traditionally, organizations viewed cash flow, customer experience, and risk all as separate disciplines. Cash flow sat with finance, customer experience sat with operations, or maybe customer service, possibly between the two. Risk sat with compliance, maybe credit management, or possibly a governance function somewhere else in the organization. Increasingly, organizations recognizing these outcomes are actually interconnected. Previously siloed, but now need to converge. Historically, many of these activities managed by separate, now converge. So modern organizations are increasingly managing these activities in a single end-to-end process. Order to cash provides a connected operating model supported by shared data, common objectives, and integrated technology. The focus shifts from managing individual activities to optimizing business outcomes. Every organization depends on healthy cash flow. Working capital, liquidity, and growth are directly influenced by how effectively customers move through the order to cash process. Faster, more predictable cash collection improves financial flexibility and reduces funding requirements. The billing and payment journey forms a significant part of the customer experience. Accurate invoicing, timely communication, efficient dispute resolution, very important one, and convenient payment options all influence customer satisfaction and retention. Customers increasingly expect the same simplicity and transparency from finance processes as they experience elsewhere within the business. Credit risk, operational risk, and compliance obligations remain absolutely critical. Effective order to cash processes help organizations identify issues earlier, improve control, and reduce exposure to bad debt, disputes, and regulatory risk. Resilience comes from visibility, consistency, and proactive management. So the organizations that perform better in the future are unlikely to manage cash flow, customer experience, and risk separately. They will manage them through one interconnected ecosystem using data-driven insights and predictive decision-making to improve performance across all three of those areas. New growth engine for business performance. Historically, procure to pay was viewed as an administrative process, a process focused on raising purchase orders, matching purchase orders, processing invoices, making payments, importantly, but largely transactional. Today, leading organizations are beginning to view procure to pay very differently. They see it as a strategic capability that directly influences cost, supplier performance, resilience, and growth. From disconnected to connected intelligence. Traditionally, procure-to-pay activities were fragmented across multiple teams. We had procurement, accounts payable, finance, operations, supplier management, risk compliance. We bring those in as well in the overall process. Different systems, different objectives, and often very different data sources. This created handoffs, delays, and limited visibility across the end-to-end process. To connected intelligence, where modern organizations are moving towards a connected procure-to-pay ecosystem, one process, one source of data, one set of outcomes. Technology, analytics, and AI are increasingly providing real-time visibility and supporting decision-making across the entire supplier lifecycle. The objective is not simply efficiency, it is better business performance. Every pound, dollar, or euro spent by an organization should create value. Modern procure-to-pay is far more about control, is about far more than just controlling expenditure. It's about ensuring spending decisions support organizational objectives. Suppliers are no longer simply just vendors. They're strategic partners within the value chain. Organizations increasingly depend on suppliers for innovation, resilience, and competitive advantage. In uncertain markets, supplier relationships can often become a key differentiator between you and your competition. The quality of decisions is the quality of decisions is directly linked to the quality of the information available. Modern procure-to-pay environments provide better visibility of supplier performance, contractual commitments, and spending patterns from emerging risks. So procure-to-pay is no longer about just processing transactions. A lot of people will be very happy about that. It's becoming the intelligence layer that connects spend, suppliers, intelligence, organizations that treat procure-to-pay as a strategic capability rather than an administrative function will be better positioned to improve resilience, optimize costs, and support sustainable growth. So if order to cash is increasingly becoming the front line of business performance, then procure-to-pay is becoming the growth engine that powers it. Together, they form two of the most important end-to-end processes in a modern business environment and enterprise environment. So up until now, we've talked about change, we've talked about AI, we've talked about customer expectations and the death of silos, thankfully, and the future potential operating model. But now I'd like to introduce a piece of thinking that I believe will define the next generation of finance leadership. I call it the finance velocity model. Because in a world where everything is moving faster, that the organizations that win won't necessarily be the ones with the biggest budgets. They won't necessarily have the best people. They won't necessarily have the best technology, but they will be the ones that convert information into business value and insight into that than anyone else. The problem is most organizations already have plenty of data. In fact, many have far too much data that can even handle on its own. None of it creates value. Reports create no real value. Dashboards in their own even create no value. Even insight creates no real value. Value is only created when it drives action, and this is where decision making becomes key. And that's where many organizations get stuck. So data, what's happening? Everything starts with data: supplier data, customer data, financial data, operational data. The challenge is no longer collecting data, but is making sense of it quickly enough to make it matter. Insight, data becomes valuable when it becomes insight, patterns, trends, risks, opportunities. The question finance must answer is, what are we seeing that others have not yet noticed? Decisions, insight without decisions is simply interesting information. This is where human leadership enters the process. Understanding what actions should be taken, what priorities matter most, and where resources should be allocated first. What risks need managing and what opportunities should then be seized. I remember a finance director of mine said it was only a fool that wastes a good recession. So taking advantage of an opportunity is something that you do need to do. Action. This is where many strategists fail. And I've seen this many times. We have the data, we have the insight, we know exactly what we need to do, but we fall down on the execution. Great decisions that never become action. Modern finance leaders must not only inform decisions, but they must accelerate the execution. The faster organizations can move from decision to action, the greater their advantage becomes. And value. Value is the outcome of everything that comes before it. Better cash flow, better outcomes, better supplier performance, better productivity, better growth, better profitability. This is ultimately why finance wins. And this is what I mean by the finance velocity model. The speed at which organizations convert information into business value, not just reporting it faster, not just processing it faster, but creating value faster. Competitive advantage, and this is the critical point. Finance velocity is not a finance metric, it's a model for competitive advantage. Organizations that move through this cycle faster than the competitors will consistently outperform them. They'll identify opportunities sooner, respond to threats quicker, improve cash flow faster, and adapt to change more effectively. In the past, finance measured performance. Today and tomorrow, finance influences performance, and it will also accelerate performance. The organizations that thrive in the age of permanent motion will be those with the highest finance velocity. So we started this session with a simple idea. The horizon's disappeared, the world has changed, the pace of change has accelerated, technology is evolving, customer expectations are rising, markets are shifting, uncertainty has become permanent. Sounds like everything's terrible. But many organizations, that feels uncomfortable because we've spent decades trying to predict the future, building 5-year plans, creating certainty, waiting for the next horizon to appear to sail towards it. But perhaps we've been looking at this the wrong way. Don't chase the horizon, because the horizon will always move. There will always be another technology, another disruption, another competitor, another challenge, another opportunity. Become the organization that moves the horizon. The organizations that succeed won't be the ones that react fastest. They'll be the ones that shape what happens next, the ones that create the momentum, the ones that embrace the change rather than fear it, the ones that turn uncertainty into opportunity. And that's why finance matters more than ever. Not because we report performance or control costs or process transactions, we do all these things, but because modern finance sits at the center of decision making across the entire organization, and at the center of insight, and at the center of value creation. So the big message today, the future belongs to organizations that move information faster, turn data into insight, insight into decisions, and decisions, vitally, into action. And action becomes value. Faster flow, better decisions, greater value, and competitive advantage. So before I wrap up, some final thoughts for you. The horizon has disappeared, and that's only part of the problem. It's also the biggest opportunity we have, because in a world of continuous motion, the winners won't be the ones that predict the future, they'll be the ones who build the capability to create it. So thank you. Before I wrap up though, we've talked about future finance, but what's the next event in your future? It's my shameless plug. Hopefully it's going to be FalCon Europe. This year it's in London on the 16th of September. For more information, you can scan the QR code. Our conference is themed towards 3 pillars to inspire change across all of financial operations. So 3 pillars, 1 mission, stronger finance operations with much greater impact. So we have people and processes at this session in September, with sessions on how to redefine finance leadership, the current landscape of challenge and opportunity, and a great session called Don't Automate the Chaos with essential information on how to fix the process before automating a bad one, with hints and tips and expert advice. We've fraud prevention, and we've got Darren Hodder, a leading global expert in fraud and cyber, discussing how to create a culture of fraud awareness and prevention. With AI and technology, there's a workshop from Rasmus from Powercloud explaining how agentic AI is transforming order to cash. The day's going to be fully catered with breakout sessions, workshops, and keynotes to keep everyone engaged in learning. If you can't make it to London, we also have the FalCon Canada on November 12th in Toronto. So please make sure you follow us on LinkedIn for all the latest updates on speakers and events. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for that, Paul, and great sort of applause and thumbs up coming flowing your way from everyone involved there. So really interesting stuff there. I love what you said about AI and about the kind of uniquely human skills that we should sort of bringing there. That was really good, and the stuff about finance velocity as well. It's a lot to take on board for people and lots to sort of mull over. So it's glad that we have that time because we're going to have a little 5 minute break. Before we do that, though, we are just going to run a quick poll about those upcoming in-person conferences that Paul was just speaking about. So just bear with me a second while I try to. There we go. Right, so hopefully you can all see that there. Um, and yes, so the poll is uh, say, as Paul mentioned, sorry, the Finance Operations Leadership Conference is coming up firstly in London, and on 16th of September, you'll see a QR code on the screen there, as well as exclusive discount for attendees as well today to use at registration. And also the Canada conference coming up and launching very soon. You can follow us on LinkedIn at Folcon for more updates there. And so if you'd like more information, then pop your answer to the poll in and a member of the team will be in touch with you. So would you like more information about our in-person finance operations leadership conference in London or Toronto? So yes to London or yes to Toronto. Hopefully you guys can all see the poll and the QR code that is up there. And in the meantime, we're going to have a quick break. We will be returning at say 14:50 BST, so 09:50 Eastern time. But in the meantime, do get involved with the poll. Let us know what you think here, and we'll see you back in a few minutes' time. Mm. Okay, everyone, we're going to resume there. So hopefully you've all had a chance to take a look uh, at the poll there, and it looks like a lot of people are expressing some interest in the Toronto live event coming up. So that would be a really exciting event. They both will be exciting events, but at the moment, a lot of people expressing some information about what's going to happen next with the Toronto event. And as I was saying a little bit before the break, if you want more information, then do check out iFol. Connect with us on LinkedIn or go to the iFol website, and you can find a lot more information there about upcoming events and everything that's kind of happening in the future. Just to move things along there, we are going to move on now because obviously we've got a lot of stuff to get through this in this session. Hopefully, you all had a chance to sort of stretch your legs and get a drink before we move on to the next part of the session today. Um, and we're going to be running some breakout sessions. So it's a little chance for you to break out into some smaller groups and to connect with people who are interested in the same kind of things as you. So the breakout sessions we're going to run today, we have Blanca McGrory running a session on the human side of transformation, lessons from the front lines. And we have Rasmus Aruskog running agentic AI in O2C. Where are the use cases? How to tell hype from reality and how to deploy safely. So, as a reminder, you'll see the breakout rooms button that will appear and in the toolbar at the bottom of your Zoom window. And when you see that breakout rooms button appear, then click on the breakout room and a list of available sessions will appear. And then you just select the room that you'd like to join, and you'll be taken directly into that chosen session. And once the session ends, you'll come back into the main event and we'll continue the conversation. So I'll just give a couple of seconds for people to engage with the breakout rooms. Um, Hopefully you will see the little the icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Uh, just click on that, and then it will bring you out to either the human side or agentic AI, and you just choose which breakout room you want to get involved in. I'll give a couple of minutes for people to sort of decide if you're sort of still at the decision making phase. They're both going to be great sessions. You just choose the one that is the most relevant to you, or the one you think you'll get the most out of when you go back to your teams. And it's going to give you some usable information and some insights. It's the stuff that you can use in your day-to-day life. So, um, hopefully, you'll be able to get involved with that and get into the breakout rooms. Um, Once you're all in, I'll let everybody kick off, but I'll put up a slide on here just to let people know that we're into the breakout room situation, and then I'll let the people running those rooms take it from there. So just bear with me a second, and off you go. Hi everyone, just a quick reminder that the breakout rooms are now in progress. If you haven't um, had a chance to decide which one, then just go to the bottom of your Zoom window and click on the breakout rooms icon, and you will have a choice of two different options there. So if you haven't yet assigned a breakout room, then please, it's not too late. Just get involved. Go to the breakout room icon at the bottom of your Zoom window. And then just choose the breakout room session that is the most relevant to you. You'll get the most out of it if you pick something that is really interesting and something you can take away and use in your everyday teams when you kind of finish this session. So breakout rooms are underway right now. Follow the link, not the link, sorry, follow the icons when you click on the breakout rooms tab at the bottom of your Zoom window, and you'll have two there, the human side on the front lines or agentic AI in O2C. They're the two breakout rooms currently running at the moment. So do get involved with those. Click on the breakout rooms tab, and then it will give you two options, and then you just need to choose the option that is the most relevant to you. So if you haven't done so already, they're underway. So do just jump on and get involved with the breakout room that is going to be most relevant to you. So just do that when you get a second. Just another reminder for people, if you're wondering if you're why you're not seeing anything, it's because we're running some breakout sessions. So if you're still in the main part of the webinar, then please make your way over to the breakout rooms. The icon is at the bottom of the your Zoom window, so you just need to click breakout rooms, and you've got a list of those two sessions that are running there, and you just click the room that you'd like to join. There are two sessions running. Blanca McGrory running a session on the human side for transformation, lessons from front lines, and we've got Rasmus Arskog running agentic AI in O2C. Where are the use cases? How to tell the hype from reality, and how to deploy safely. So that's where everyone is. If you're wondering what's going on, so click on the breakout rooms button at the toolbar at the bottom of your Zoom window, and then you'll get a list of two options there, the breakout rooms. So just select the session that you'd most like to join, the one that's most relevant to you, and then you'll get taken into your chosen sessions. So in case you're wondering where everyone is, that's where everyone is. It'd be great opportunity for you to um, talk to other people in the same situation and listen to people in a slightly smaller group. So the breakout rooms is where everyone is. So just follow the sort of the click through if you like. At the bottom of your Zoom window, click on breakout rooms. Okay. Hopefully we're all back and you all had a great time learning from Blanca there on the human side of transformation there. It sounds like a fascinating discussion and lots to talk about and lots to discuss. And I hope that you got a lot out of that session. Now, it's probably time that you're probably thinking, oh, I probably could do with stretching my legs a little bit and having a little break. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short 15-minute break for you to stretch your legs, get a drink, a little something to eat perhaps. And then we're going to resume at 15:45 British summer time. But if you would like to stay with us, we're going to provide a little bit of entertainment during the 15-minute break. We've got Andy Johnson from iFol, who's going to be hosting a live demonstration of the iFol Enterprise Academy platform. It's a great opportunity to see the platform in action and also discover how it supports finance professionals and teams with learning and development. So we are going to hand across to Andy. Good afternoon to you, Andy. And we'll see the rest of you back here at 15:45. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everybody. My name's Andy. I'm the account lead for iFol. Going to give you a very quick run through on our certifications and how Enterprise Academy looks and works. So I'm hoping everybody can see my screen now. So just a quick breakdown, because one of the questions we get asked quite frequently about our certifications is how the levels work and how you progress through these levels. A lot of these levels you can take whenever you sort of like ready or you're free to. But just give you a quick rundown. So wherever you sort of see a specialist certification, this is a level two and covers the technical side of that particular course. So if we take CAPS, for instance, which is our Certified Accounts Payable Specialist, we then have our level three, which is the manager. And then we have what we call our practitioner, which is also a level three. So the way that this works in simple terms is that you have the ability to take both of the courses as an individual course, or you can do the combined course, which will be the practitioner. We also have level fours, as an example, our CP2P, our Procure to Pay, and our Certified Financial Operations Manager is at a level five. Now, just to give you a little bit of an insight into how people interact with the courses, I'm just going to flip this over now into our student dashboard. So when any given individual enrolls with us, they'll receive an email and they'll be able to set up their own password and then instantly be given access to their student dashboard. Now, any courses that have got enrolled with us will be visible and accessible here, as you can see, and any courses they don't have that they might want to do at a later date is a little bit further down under you may also like. So when the student is ready to interact with the course, they quite simply click on the said course that they want to get involved in. And what it will do is instantly load into the last place that they were within that course. So the last time I showed anybody this, this is where we sort of stopped. As you can see, there's a nice little completion bar, gives the learner a little bit of a guide into how far through the course they are and to show that they're progressing. And then down the left-hand side, we've broken it into the individual modules. So for our accounts payable, for example, there's two sort of main learning areas of material. We have the written text, which as you can see has been laid out in PDF, and the system allows the individual to zoom in and zoom out, and they can download and view these offline if that's something that they're looking to do. And we also have what we call our masterclasses. Now, these are just like pre-recorded lecture sort of styled environments. Allows the individual to pause them, watch them as many times as they need to, take notes, whatever they kind of need to do to get the information out of that in order to progress their way through the course and hopefully take the test and become certified. At the end of quite a few of the modules across quite a few of our certifications, we have a little knowledge test. Now, We don't get to see the results of these little quizzes. Your managers don't get to see the results if you're in Enterprise Academy. They're just for the individual to feel like they've taken in enough information within that particular module and they're happy to sort of move on. As you can see, all the modules within this part of the course have been ticked, so they've been completed. And as we go down, you can see that under this particular module here, only 2 of 4 have been completed. So you would need to come in and complete every part of those modules in order for the main module to be ticked. Ideally, when you've got all your nice pretty blue ticks, you'll progress through to the exam area. For CAP, for instance, you have a mock exam that gives you 25 multiple choice questions, exactly the same as the quizzes. You can take this as many times as you want. We don't get to see the results. Obviously, the idea is that you're scoring enough within the mock exam to feel comfortable to move on to the main exam. And at the beginning of all the exams, it'll just highlight to you what's coming up in the main exam. So for the practitioner course, for instance, there's 100 multiple choice questions. The exam allocates about 90 minutes, and you need to get 80% of the questions correct in order to become certified. So I'll just jump in and give you a quick insight into how level 5 looks. Layout, very, very similar. Again, we come into the last place that it was looked at. The text, as you can see, is laid out in a very similar manner. Within the CFOM, there are guest lectures, again, very similar to the CAP. And what we also have within these are some assignments. So you would simply come in here, you would download your assignment, it would give you a Word document, giving you an indication of what you need to do for the assignment. When you've completed the assignment, you just upload it and it'll be reviewed by one of our assessors or trainers in order to sign you off. Again, once you've got all your blue ticks, you'll progress into the exam area where you have a mock exam, an indication about what's coming up in the exam, and the main exam itself. While you're studying, you also have access to what we call our members community area. This is just an area where we put everything that we do, so any of our webinars, any of our conferences, anything that's going on a bit like sort of like today. If you miss anything, and there's some recordings of this, we also do run some live training sessions and live learning sessions. This is also where you'd come and get access to any of our white papers, any of our reports and such like, and also where you can communicate with other people that are studying, or where you can come for a little bit of help and advice around any courses that you're doing. So, how does Enterprise Academy reflect on that? So, rather than an individual coming to us, we work quite closely with a number of organizations that basically say we've got a team of 20 or 30 individuals. What we want to do is we want to get them all enrolled and we want to start utilizing these courses in order to give them better understanding about best practices and give a bit of unity within the team. So we would basically say, well, we'll allocate you a number of seats or a number of learners, which for this demo purposes, you can sort of see here, there are 10 learners available to Vets and Pets Company, which is obviously not a real organization. And we've got 4 individuals allocated. But as you can sort of see, there's 5 individuals that are sitting down here, but I'm down on this particular organization as an administrator and not as an active learner. So if you've got an organization where human resources have zero interest in learning about best practices within the financial organization, but they do need to administer how this is being pushed out to the team, they can be administrators and don't necessarily need to be active learners. So once you've got your team within here, you can quite simply start inviting individuals by popping their name, their email address, and a job title in there. You can also break your Enterprise Academy down how you sort of see fit. So if you've got multiple departments, you can add these in simply by typing in a new department. And if you've got multiple locations, you can also put in multiple locations and separate your Enterprise Academy out in that manner as well. You can also invite admin users. So if you've got multiple people or someone's on holiday and you need somebody to take over some of the admin roles, that's also quite an easy solution as well. So if we take Jim, for instance, we can click on Jim here. We can see that Jim hasn't started any of these courses yet. But what we really want him to do is him to sort of like get his teeth stuck into something. So we can set Jim a little target and we can say, right, Jim, I'd like you to start a CFOM course and I'd like you to get a percentage of this done. So let's say 20%. And I'd like you to get that done by the end of August. And you can pop in notes in here and you can set this goal, and that will basically be emailed over to Jim. And you can both work quite closely together in order to get him to the position that you want him to within the organization. As you can imagine, with every system and dashboards, there's lots of analytics that we can provide, a lot of analytics that are already set up because we've been requested them by other organizations. So you can break this down quite simply into departments. You can break this down into particular courses that you've got individuals allocated to, and it'll give you a good insight into how many people you've got, or how many enrollments you've got, how many people have completed, and where you are as an organization against those targets. Now, team goals, it's quite a new one that we've put in. This is because we had an organization that onboards a number of people at the same time, and they wanted them to have passed a particular course by the end of the probation period. So that what this quite simply allows you to do is to come in, give the goal a name. You can select a particular course and you can allocate that out to any given individuals within your team. And you can make it obviously optional, encouraged, or it can be required. Quite a simple but quite cool function. Anytime you have any issues with this platform, you've got a direct link into your account manager, which on most occasions is myself. We can basically just come in, book a meeting directly with me against my calendar in order to have a chat about anything that's going on or any support that you need from iFol regarding any of the courses or anything else that's going on within Enterprise Academy. So I hope that was a clear idea about how that kind of works. I know it's very short. What I would turn around and say is that anybody that's looking for a direct conversation or a direct demonstration a little bit more in depth, we can do that. We can arrange it for you. All you simply need to do is scan the QR code that hopefully is currently on screen at the moment and book a meeting with me directly. Appreciate your time.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Andy. And really great to have a bit of a walkthrough there because these things, when you are taking on any kind of new technology or anything on a new process, it can be a bit overwhelming. So it's really good to have a bit of a walkthrough and see it live in action, how it's going to work as well. And hopefully that's something that you can see and apply to your day-to-day lives. So thank you very much for that, Andy. Now, I'd like to introduce Yolanda Termarten, who is going to be our next keynote speaker. And this session is going to step past the technology and into the harder questions, really, of the debate. So, what do leaders need to decide? What do they need to protect? And how do they keep people centered when systems take over more of the work? So three levels of leadership are covered in this speech from Yolanda: organizational, team, and personal. And Yolanda is here now, and delighted to introduce you. Yolanda has given so many of these webinars for i4 before, and they've always been fascinating. So I think you're in for a good time with Yolanda. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So let me start sharing my screen. Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Yolanda Termaten, and thank you so much for spending the next 30 minutes or so with me today. And before we dive in, let me set one thing straight, and then we get started. So take a look at the title on the screen. Modern leadership is not about AI and what AI is really asking of leaders in finance operations. So, modern leadership is not about AI. And yet, my whole session is going to be about what AI is asking of you as a leader. It sounds maybe like a contradiction, but I've done this on purpose, of course. And because if you leave here thinking leadership is about mastering AI, then I have failed. But if you leave here understanding what AI is asking of you as a leader, then we have really talked. And that's the difference that I want to make today. So let me tell you what this session is and what it is not. This is a leadership session. That means that we look at human decisions, the role that you play, the choices that live on your desk. So it's not a tech briefing. I'm not going to compare vendors. I'm not going to explain how the algorithms work under the hood. And I'm not going to tell you which tool to buy, because I think there are many other people that can tell you a lot of things about that, but that's not what I do. So if you came for the tech, then this is the wrong session for you. I apologize for that. But if you came for leadership and tech, then you're exactly in the right session. So why does this matter now? And why for you specifically? Well, there are three reasons. The first one is AI is entering P2P and O2C workflows at a pace that most other departments still only dream of. Invoice processing, credit checks, matching dispute resolutions, all of it is now inside AI's reach. And second, the decisions that you make today, right now, this year, this week, this month, will set the culture and also the guardrails for the years to come. And I believe that this is a defining moment for finance operations. And the third one, this is the one people forget most of the time. Nobody else is going to lead this for you. Not your CFO who is looking at the strategy, not IT who is looking at systems, not procurement who is looking at cost. It's you as a leader, and that is why we are here. Now, let's move to the heart of this. I believe in three levels of leadership in this AI era. There is the organizational level, the team level, and the personal level that Jay just already explained. And these are the three levels where you have decisions to make. And there is some good news here, because none of these decisions require you to have a degree in AI. You don't need to be a tech nerd or anything like that. They require you to have the same qualities that made you a leader in the first place. And these qualities are judgment, awareness, and care. So let us walk through them. If we look at the organizational level, you can see you sit at the top of the pictures. Whether you are the CFO, the head of P2P, the O2C director, or the whole finance operations lead, this is the level where you set the frame. And there are three questions that belong here. The first one is, where does AI go in our processes? And where does it explicitly not go? Not everything should be automated. Some things need human hands. And if you do not decide that upfront, then be sure that someone else will decide it for you. And second is, what are your non-negotiables? Compliance, ethics, fraud prevention. If you do not name them, they will get eroded quietly.
Yolanda, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you. I think there's some difficulties with sharing your screen. I don't think everyone can see your screen at the moment. So are you able to make sure that people can see?
You didn't see it at all because I thought it was sharing it before. I can go back. I'm at slide 6, so I will go back.
Okay.
That's really strange because I shared it and I had this. Better like this?
This looks better to me. Yep. So hopefully everyone can see it now.
But the sound was there, right? So
Yes. Yeah, we could hear you. Yeah.
okay, I'm not going to
Great.
repeat everything I said because I don't remember everything I said exactly the way I said it. But what I was mentioning is that this is about leadership and it's not a tech session, this one. Yes, now I can see the other square around my screen. So I was mentioning that it's not modern leadership is not about AI, but my session is about AI and about leadership and the contradiction that I just mentioned. It's a little bit weird to repeat the slides and to be so briefly about it. So this is a leadership session, and it's about the human decisions and about the role in what is going to change for you in your job. So it's not a tech briefing. It's not about specific tools or vendors, like I mentioned before. And then there are the 3 reasons why it mattered, because AI is here and it's faster than in most departments. The choices that you set today are the choices that you make today will also set tomorrow's culture. So that's very important, because the guardrails and the ethics that we are looking at now and that we're deciding upon now is something that will frame and make the culture for tomorrow. So let me start from here again, the 3 levels of leadership in the AI era, because I believe that it's at 3 levels, at the organizational level, at the team level, and at the personal level. So this is the organization level, and this is for the boardroom, let's say. So the boardroom has 3 questions, and they belong here. And the first one is, where does AI go in your processes? And where does it explicitly not go? Because, like I said, not everything should be automated. We still need human hands. And if you do not decide that upfront, then somebody else will absolutely decide it for you. So the second are, what are the non-negotiables? Things like compliance and ethics and fraud prevention I mentioned. And if you will not do this, if you will not look at this, then they will disappear. They will get eroded quietly. And then the third one, who owns the decisions? And also very important, who owns the outcomes? Because AI can often make the decisions faster than accountability catches up. So this is something that we should absolutely leave the human factor in. So now zoom in on one level. Let's say that you lead a team, or you lead people, leaders who lead teams, and they have different sets of questions. So first, what do you delegate to AI and what do you keep human? What you see nowadays, I don't know how the headlines are in the country, wherever you are, but I'm from the Netherlands, and the headlines that you see in the Netherlands is that companies that decided to let people go because now they have AI and they don't need all those people anymore. But now they see that they were not quite right about that. They start hiring people again, maybe not exactly for the same jobs that the people were doing before, but there are different kind of jobs and different kind of qualities that are needed from people. And that is what we call the human in the loop. So it's a daily judgment call. It's not a one-off decision. And how do you keep your team confident? That's the second one, and not fearful. Because if your team, if the people feel that AI is like a threat, they will fight it quietly or maybe not so quietly. They will find workarounds. They will not maybe flag the errors, and they will hold back the learning that comes from using it. And here you see the resistance in organizations, and the resistance has a lot to do also with the culture that's in an organization. Are you allowed to experiment? Are you allowed to make mistakes in your work? Because if you're not, then you're not so eager to start using AI, because you will never know what the outcomes will be. At least that's what people think. And third, how do you spot when the system is drifting? AI usually doesn't fail really loud. It fails quietly. And it's your job as a human to notice, because AI, if you talk about all these different kind of chatbots like ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, or whatever you use, they will present their outcomes with the way that it sounds 100% certain. But it's not always certain. We all know that. It has hallucinations. So you as a human must be able to notice that. And for that, you need certain qualities as well. So, and then this is the third level. And that's the level that maybe not everybody thinks about or says it out loud, but it's you as a person. If AI takes on more of what you used to do, where do you still show up? And here I also have 3 questions for you. think about it for yourself, for the job that you're currently doing. How do you stay relevant, or how do I stay relevant when the work itself is changing? And what is the one skill that I'm sharpening this year? Not this decade, but really this year, or maybe the next quarter. And where do I add value that AI cannot replace? So what value do I have that AI doesn't have? Think here about things like judgment or relationships or escalations, communications, empathy. Those are the answers. And I know that some people say, well, when I talk to ChatGPT, he tells me that he understands me, he understands how I'm feeling. Of course, it's not like that. It's a system, it's an algorithm, it's data. It's not a person that really understands how you're feeling. And there are AI systems that, for example, can also pick up on sarcasm, but it's still a very human trait. And I believe that humans are still much better at it than AI. And these are the same answers that your team is also looking for. So if you're a people leader, then make it really a point to ask these questions, not only to yourself, but to remember that also maybe your people are asking these questions. So when you figure it out for yourself, you can also lead your team with this. And this part of the session is about where the leadership is showing up the clearest, according to me, because this is my main point. Because most AI failures are not technology failures. They are usually leadership failures and probably wearing something like a technology disguise. Because these are the patterns that you will see over and over. There is missing governance. And governance seems like a very broad definition, but it's so important. You must talk about governance. It's not something big that belongs maybe to somebody else. Governance is about how we work together, what we allow, what we don't allow. It's about misplaced trust and teams being left out of the conversation. So let's have a look at each of them. So the first one is the missing governance. So what does that look like in practice? AI in production before anyone actually owns it. That's what you see happening a lot. People start experimenting with AI, and before you know it, it's in production, but there's not really an owner. There's not really somebody responsible for it. Then we have different vendors, different rules, no single view for the finance function, for example. And then the auditors will ask a question and nobody has an answer. This is not rare. This is actually common. And the leadership response is not to write a 100-page framework. The leadership response is actually three things. The first one is name the owner before the tool arrives, not after. And write one page, just one page, on what is allowed and what is not allowed. When I work with companies, what I usually see is that they have all kinds of rules, all kinds of governance documents, but nobody knows exactly what's written in there. Nobody reads them. So just make it one page, maybe even just an infographic. Make it clear, make it easy for people to understand and to read it. And it's not a static document. Review this document every quarter, not every 3 years, because AI is changing fast. And governance that is standing still is governance that is falling behind. So that's something very important to keep in mind. The second failure is misplaced trust. And this is a very sneaky one, because what does it look like? It looks like automated decisions being treated as final. When you see an AI system and 99 out of 100 times the answer is correct, then you will think that also the 100th time the answer will be correct. And that's a bias that many of us have. And that's why we don't check it anymore, because it was correct 99 times. Why would it be incorrect this time? But it happens. So there are false positives, there are false negatives, and we always have to be very alert to this. Because nobody is double checking the model output because the system said it. And these confidence scores are read like a report card grades, and when they really are educated guesses, because that's what AI is doing. Without going into all the technical details, because that's what I did in previous sessions for Eiffel, but what AI is doing, AI is a statistical system. It's nothing else than statistics. And statistics are educated guesses based on patterns that have AI has seen before. And those patterns are being fed by us to the AI system. So that's how AI is making those guesses. And there can be bias in all that data. So there can be bias also in the guesses. And here the leadership response is not to distrust every AI decision, because that defeats the point. It is to build a culture of trust, but verify. So trust is good, but you must check always to verify it. You must set thresholds for human review as well, especially for anything above a certain amount or a certain risk, or when it becomes very personal. And there's the one that people usually forget. I also do a lot of keynotes and consultancy on cybersecurity awareness, and this is the one that always comes back. You must reward the person who flags a wrong output. Do not punish them for slowing things down. And this is really a culture thing. Because if you punish flagging, what you will get in return is silence. And silence is when it really goes wrong, because then nobody speaks up anymore. And you need people to speak up when they see that things are going wrong. And I know this sounds it sounds very obvious, but believe me, so many times it's happening that people get punished for showing something that went wrong with the system or with AI because they were slowing things down. And we have always done it like that. And it went always correctly. Why are you saying that it's not correct this time? So please have trust in the people. Of course, people can be wrong as well. Not only AI is making mistakes, also people make mistakes, but keep taking people seriously. And then the third failure. And the third failure is about teams that are being left out of the conversation. And it looks like, for example, AI selected without involving the team that will actually use it. So also like training that is happening after go live, not before. And a feedback loop that is closed off, where nobody upstream is listening to what the people at the workflow are saying and are seeing there as well. So what should be the leadership response here? It's to include the team in vendor selection, for example. They know things that a specification sheet cannot tell you. The people that really have to work with the system, they know what it's about. I was working in an organization with an HR team, and the system was built by technical people, the AI system. So it had a lot of technical features and it could do a lot of things, but really what the HR people were looking for was not included in the system because nobody included the HR people. And of course, it's the same with finance. You as finance professionals, you know better than other people what is important in your profession and what is maybe a little bit less important, what should be included in a system and what should be left to human judgment, for example. So that's why it's very important to include the team in the vendor selection and in the selection of the system. So train before you deploy, not after, because a rushed rollout, for example, could cost you 3 times more in trust than the training would have cost. And make the feedback loop visible, not just a form, make it a conversation. I always try to make people talk more to each other. With all this technology, it's more and more difficult because you get a form for this and you get a chat for that and you get a poll for that. But in a conversation, different things come up. In a conversation, people say more than they would say on a form, because on a form, it's black on white. And when you have a culture where you would get punished, for example, for flagging somebody or for something, or for being maybe a little bit doubtful about something, then it's black and white and people don't want that. And in a conversation, people talk easier. They are more free to say what they want and their experience, to share their experience. So it would help if those people see that they bring in something and it actually changed something, that actually was listened to them. So, and now for you specifically, AI is not just a tool for you, it's a tool for the fraudsters as well. So remember that, because invoice fraud is getting far more convincing when AI is writing the invoices. Payment redirection scams, for example, they look more human, they look more contextually accurate. You see all kind of automated approvals that will happily send money to a beautiful crafted fake invoice. It happens. And don't think it won't happen to me, because it's not a matter if it will happen to you, but when will it happen to you? Or maybe it already did. And it's happening faster than any human could send an invoice like that, and at a larger scale. So what can you do here? Well, there are three things. Anomaly detection tools, they help you, but only when someone actually reads the alerts, because otherwise you still need a human here. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. So build this in and slow down where it matters. Faster is not always better, especially for new vendors, unusual amounts, or anything that breaks a pattern. I know that we as humans are not made like AI to recognize patterns, but still we know what feels good. Still we know that things are a little bit out of the ordinary. We have a kind of gut feeling. AI doesn't have gut feeling. We have gut feeling. We should use it as humans. And speed it up where it does not. So do not use human judgment on tiny routine invoices from known vendors. That could be wasted attention. Save the attention for where it earns its keep. So, of course, if you have the time, also spend your human judgment on tiny routines, but probably you don't have the time to do everything. So make wise decisions on where you will keep an eye on the alerts. So we are coming a little bit closer to the end now, and I want to promise you something practical, something that you can take back to your team on Monday. So not next quarter, but really Monday. Unless, like me, you're going on a vacation this weekend, then it will be after your vacation. So I have 3 questions to ask and 1 step to take for you. So the 3 questions, if you want, you can write them down, but I have shared the handouts. So if you want, you can receive the handouts of these slides. So question 1, if this AI is wrong, who catches it and how fast? So do not accept a vague answer, get a name, get a time. So if it's wrong, who is going to do something about it? Who is the person that I talk to when I notice that something is not correct with this AI? Question number 2, whose job did we assume this AI would help, and did we ask them? So if the answer is that nobody asked them, that's your first meeting on Monday. So you want AI to take over a job, but who is doing that job right now? And how did we involve that person, and how could we do this maybe like a collaboration between AI and the person that is doing the job right now? And question 3, and this is the hardest one, I think. What non-negotiable are we quietly letting slide? Because that is where every AI project goes wrong. Not because somebody decided that the non-negotiable did not matter anymore, but because nobody said it out loud. Because when it comes to ethics, it's, of course, everybody has different standards and everybody has a different subjective point of view. I understand that. But we all know when something is really wrong. And if nobody is saying it out loud, then what happens? So ask the question, and maybe what you hear, it will surprise you. So, and then I have 1 step for you, just 1. So pick 1 process in your team where AI is already involved. Maybe invoice matching, payment initiation, credit approval, anything that is in your process. And then find the person closest to it, the one who actually works with the system every day, and spend an hour with that person and ask the 3 things. What is working? What is not working? And what would help? And then do not write a report. Do not build a framework. Just listen. So if you do that this week, you will learn more about AI in your operation than any vendor pitch will ever tell you. And your team will notice that you asked. And that is where the trust is starting. And that's how you can help your people. And that's where you can find together in an environment where there is trust and not fear and not resistance against AI from people that are afraid to lose their job. But that's where you can see what would really help and how could we shape it. And what I'm always telling people as well is that AI is not like some magical dust that you just sprinkle over some process and then all of a sudden the process is cheaper, more efficient, and much better. It doesn't work that way. if you want to start using AI, don't only look at how can AI make this process more efficient, but also look at how could AI change this process and maybe the chain of processes. And don't start with a very big project, start with something small. But AI brings new things that we can use. And if we keep using new technology like AI in the old frameworks that we have in our head of how things always used to go, then we don't really get much innovation. And that's the message that I want to leave you with for now. Because what I believe is that this modern leadership is not about AI. It's about AI asking something of you as a leader at the three levels with three failure patterns and with the three questions and one step to take. So if you want to keep the conversation going with me, I'm working on the translation of a book that I've written on this. And please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. So thank you very much for your time. I'm really happy to take your questions now if there are any.
That's great, Yolanda. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask, just on while we're waiting for people to kind of get in on questions, you mentioned about using your gut feeling if you say if people feel that something is off. What do you mean by that? And do you have any examples that you can think of that people might be able to action?
Well, sometimes things seem very logical, very that it's normal that it's like that. Let me think of an answer on the fly right now. But what I mean is that sometimes things they look logical, and you think, yeah, well, that makes sense. But when you really think about it, it doesn't make sense, and you still have to use your gut feeling because one and one is not always two in this case. Let me think of an example that I could use here. Well, if you, for example, and this is where bias comes in, because usually that's how it works. If you would ask AI in in an organization nowadays to come up with a profile for the perfect computer programmer, and it has used a lot of data, and then it will probably come up with a profile that is written towards a male person, because that's what is known generally. Well, a fun fact is that the first programmers were women, actually, but this bias is built in. And maybe you think, well, yes, it's normal. I work in an organization with a lot of programmers and most of them are men. So yeah, probably it's correct that the best programmer is a man. And this is maybe a little bit far-fetched, but that's how it works, that we think, well, yes, it makes sense because what I see around me in my surroundings, that's how it works. But it could be that if you just take a little bit different perspective, yes, it's logical, but it's not always the truth. And
Yeah.
that's what I actually mean with the gut feeling. So you must also understand, yeah, okay, it's how it works, but isn't there another way? It feels to me that we could do it in a different way. And I'm sure if I would have some more time to think about examples, I could come up with a
Yeah, but I
lot
think
better examples. But
you raised a good point though, and it's just that thing of like, trusting your gut and knowing when something feels a little bit off. So appreciate your
exactly,
time
yes,
for that. Yolanda, could I just ask you to stop your share going on the screen? That would be great. I don't know if you could
yes,
be able to do that. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. It really illuminating as always, and a lot of sort of actionable sort of take home stuff. I like to call this news you can use, things you can kind of go away and actually apply day to day. So that was really fantastic. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, so we are going to have a little break before we get to our next session. Coming up, we've got Anton Mack from Spendesk, who's going to run a session on the procurement leader's playbook from process chaos to intelligent control. But before that, we're just going to take a little break until 16:25 UK time, so 11:25 Eastern time. And when we do that, we're just going to rerun that poll again about our upcoming in-person conferences. We've got finance operation leadership conferences coming up in London on the 16th of September, and you'll get a QR code on the screen to give you an exclusive discount for attendees today. You can use that at registration. And we've also got an in-person conference in Canada coming up, launching very soon as well. You can give us a follow on LinkedIn at Folcon for some more updates on that. So if you'd like some information on that, pop your answer into the poll, and a member of our team will be in touch. So just bear with me while I find the relevant thing to share, um, and we can sort of all talk a little bit about uh, the next few items that are coming up. As I said, just bear with me a sec while I find the I had it here and it's disappeared. This is difficult, isn't it? Bear with me, bear with. Okay, right. No, hang on. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that now. Apologies for that brief bit of technical jiggery pokery there. But yes, so here's the information about our upcoming in-person conferences, one in London and one in Canada. We'll keep that up for a few minutes and we'll be back, say 16:25 UK time, 11:25 Eastern time. But until then, we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay. Hope you all had time for a little break there. And just before we get into our next session, just wanted to let you know about another date for your diary, make you aware of another engaging webinar that we've got coming up next week. The UK's journey towards e-invoicing is gathering momentum, and PEPL is confirmed as the UK's interoperability framework. Finance leaders have got an opportunity to prepare now rather than waiting for future mandates. So join IFOL and Quadient on the 21st of July at 4 p.m. British summer time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And we're going to explore the latest developments mean for finance teams and practical lessons organizations can learn from countries that have already implemented some e-invoicing at scale. So that is 21st of July next week, 4 p.m. UK time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Now back to today, and delighted to say that we've got a great session for you. Anton Mack from Spendesk is going to speak to us now, and he's going to talk to you about the procurement leader's playbook, from process chaos to intelligent control. It's going to be a fascinating session. So without further ado, I'll hand over to you, Anton, and take it away.
Hello guys, I'm sharing my screen with you all. So I hope you can hear it and see it well. My name is Anton, really nice to be here with you today. I'm from Spendesk, been with the company for 1.5 years, and today I'm here to talk about the whole playbook we see and we notice, observe at Spendesk when it comes to procurement. So the main goal is really to talk about the procurement and the way we design it inside of our solution, but also the trends and tendencies we see in the market. So typically the conversations at events about procurement like this one today have never been more sophisticated. There's a cognitive sourcing, predictive supply chains, AI-powered decision-making, very exciting stuff. But when I sit down on a daily basis with procurement leaders and I ask them about their spend data, I often find they have spreadsheets, shared inboxes, approval chains that live like really all over the place, or just in someone's head. So contract folders often can look like this, and the documents will have a name like contract final version 3. Use this one. And here's the thing about AI. It's only as powerful as the data you feed it. I think you all know the concept garbage in, garbage out. And in this case, you can't really build an intelligent, self-optimizing procurement function on a broken foundation. So before we talk about the future, let's be honest and also talk about where most organizations are actually today. The disconnect is what I want to talk about first. So leadership on the one hand side has sophisticated procurement strategy, supplier segmentation, category management, real strategic thinking. But then an employee needs to buy something, they email, Slack their manager, or just buy it and submit the expense report. And what we want is to basically identify this gap between ambition and reality and then find solutions. So today it looks like an employee will have a purchase request. It travels through emails and spreadsheets. As you can see, the visibility is only reactive, not predictive, and approval cycles often get stuck or are too slow and slowing down the business. Contract renewals as well. More often they are missed, or a CFO is not seeing them at the right time to be able to renegotiate or to prevent things from happening. So the thing is that I think everybody will be able to recognize this behavior, but either then some people in the business, they will bypass it, or they will just ignore the process. We're not blaming them. We're just accepting that this is the status quo in many businesses. And so the problem is not really the intent. It's more about, everybody wants to follow the process, but the problem is the process is too painful. And humans, typically, they take the path of least resistance. So the question isn't how do we enforce compliance? It is how do we make the right thing the easiest thing? That's more the psychological approach that will move the needle forward. What we're saying and what we are seeing today at Spendesk is that 5% of total spend is wasted in businesses. So that's not even through bad negotiation, it's through the process failing itself. The money goes in different ways, in different directions. First, there's duplicate vendors that you're not necessarily all aware about. There can be forgotten contract renewals that get auto-renewed at all prices. You might miss out on renegotiating potential. And then, of course, you also have purchases that completely bypass procurement because approvals were too slow or just not established and in place. So when we talk about $20 million of spend, 1 million is roundabout lost to avoidable chaos. That's what we see at Spendesk. And the good news is that it's fixable, that it's not fixable in years, it's fixable in months. So let me share with you what we see in the market. When procurement breaks, it doesn't break in isolation, but it breaks on several levels, right? There's a ripple effect. So on the one hand side, you have the employees. They are frustrated. They root around the process because the process is not nudging them towards the right behavior. Maybe from psychology, you're already familiar with this, but the path of least resistance, if it's not the path the company wants the employee to follow, then there can be a certain risk. Second, you have finance. So they are stuck in reactive mode, chasing invoices after the fact. And procurement, basically discovers non-compliant purchases too late to be able to react. Legal, on the same side here, misses the window for renewal and for renegotiating with the vendors and to review contracts. Also, IT will find out about SaaS tools that are already connected to systems too late. These look like process problems, but they are people problems. You don't solve them by training harder. You can solve them by building a process that works with human behavior, not against it. And this is essentially also where Spendesk comes into play. This is where smart tooling and AI starts to change everything. So the core idea is that the solution starts with one deceptively simple idea, right? So connect every single step of the journey in one place. And from that moment on, an employee that will have a purchasing need to the moment the payment is made, everything is in one single system and it's all visible and controllable and structured the way you want it to be. This matters because most companies, as I mentioned, they have email, spreadsheets, ERP, another contract system, finance platforms. So it's quite scattered. And the more sources of data or information you have, the more you put also the business at risk oftentimes. So when you connect into one flow, you get a clean, structured data. And in 2026, the data is now the raw material for AI insights, for agents, and for your Claude and everyone else, every other tool you might want to use in the business. So the insight here on this slide, if you want to have a takeaway, is you cannot build intelligent procurement on a fragmented foundation. The pipe has to work before you can make it smart. So actually, let me break down to what that actually looks like. There are 3 essential pillars about this. The first one is the intake. So most companies, they want to jump straight into dashboards, but here's the truth. The quality of your insight is only as good as your data coming in, garbage out. So what great intake actually looks like is the employee wants to buy, guided through the right approach, exactly what's needed from the business to have the information at the right time. If SaaS is over 10K and it's a subscription, there should be an automated route to legal or IT security. If there's a renewal, there will be a vendor record pre-populated. If there's a new supplier, procurement will be flagged immediately. If the employee doesn't know any of this, the system still handles it. So that's where AI comes in now. It's not the future, it's already happening inside a solution like Spendesk. So the forms in Spendesk, for example, they would suggest the right spend category based on what you type. The systems would flag if identical vendors already exist. duplicates can be detected before approval. And this is happening, as I mentioned, today, not as a promise. Again, it's also with a catch. It only works if the intake foundation underneath it is solid. On the next slide and on the second pillar here, I want to talk about visibility. So real actionable visibility is really also important to this process, not the kind you piece together at midnight by pulling 5 reports into a spreadsheet, but we're talking about live visibility here, live transparency. So finance and procurement see what's being requested, approved, spent before the invoice arrives. They see exactly where approvals are stuck. They see which cost centers are over budget, and they can also track spend against budget in real time. On contracts more specifically, platform eliminates a missed renewal entirely. You can track every contract. You can send automatic alerts 90, 60, 30 days before renewal. That's up to you. And your team acts upon this information. So the platform will make sure you will never ever miss a window of renegotiation of opportunity. And this is now where AI is also amplifying this, right? So anomaly detection will flag unusual spend patterns before they become problems. Predictive alerts for contracts are likely to auto-renew. They will be able to give you an alert if that's a probable scenario. And spend categorization that used to take also an analyst or a whole afternoon is also now done automatically. So the intelligence layer works, but as I mentioned, only when the data underneath it is clean and complete. The third pillar I want to highlight is the supplier and the contract management. You need one authoritative place where every supplier relationship lives, who they are, who owns the relationship, what the contract says, what it costs, when it expires, table stakes in 2026. What's exciting about the AI layer as well in this scenario, AI will read the contract, automatically extract payment terms, renewal clauses, liability caps in seconds, and supplier risk is also scoring flags, basically vendors based on financial signals or news events. So you will also have a flagging of a certain risk you might put yourself at when you have the wrong suppliers. And you will also have spend consolidation recommendations. So for example, let's say you have 9 vendors in the same category. The system will tell you, here are the 3 that are worth keeping based on the performance. These you don't necessarily need. So I want to be honest here as well. What I'm saying right now are all capabilities that already exist today. They're not theoretical anymore, but companies are still getting the most value when they already have their supplier data organized and centralized. If data lives in emails and shared folders or other systems, it's just communicated or in systems that are not well connected, no AI can really help you to get better with it. This is probably the most relevant and the key slide of this presentation and the one takeaway for you today from what I've been telling you so far. I think the best way to approach procurement nowadays is to think of it in 3 different layers, as you can see here. The first, and this is the lowest here, is the foundation layer. This is, as I mentioned before, clean, structured data, connected processes from intake to payment, spend visibility that's real and reliable. And without this, nothing above works. So it's the typical metaphor of a building. If you don't have this, if you don't have the data and the clean data as well, and a process and a structure that's established across the business, everything you want to build upon this is going to be very shaky and even shakier at the top. The middle layer is the automation. So that's, of course, a key functionality, key advantages that a solution like Spendesk can bring to the business. You'll have smart routing, so no manual thinking anymore, invoice matching without manual 3-way checks, invoice being matched with a purchase order, with a delivery note, giving you real-time, reliable insights on the status of the delivery, of the payment, etc. And also contract renewal alerts that fire automatically. So this is where mature teams are today or are headed toward. The top layer, the most interesting one, is intelligence. So this is all about the AI layer, predictive spend analytics, supplier risk signals, contract intelligence, and demand forecasting that feeds sourcing strategy. So everybody wants to jump to the top, but companies winning are actually the ones that are building from the bottom. Foundation first, then automation, and then intelligence. As I mentioned, each layer only works when the one below is solid enough. But what does this actually deliver? So let's talk about some numbers and also some things you can take away from today's presentation. In numbers, these are the outcomes we consistently see with our customers at Spendesk. I brought only 4 numbers today because it is the most influential ones, and it's going to have the biggest impact on your understanding of where Spendesk or systems like Spendesk will bring value to the business. The first number is really around total company spend. So it's very general, but it's, as I mentioned, not from aggressive renegotiation. This 5% saved on company spend comes from eliminating duplication, consolidating vendors, catching off policy spend before it happens. As I mentioned, the real example is here. If you have $30 million spent, there can be 1.5 million returned to the business. It's not really about negotiating harder, it's about not wasting what you already have. The second number is around the time saved in purchase processes. And this might not be the biggest ROI in terms of money, but it's definitely the biggest ROI in terms of, let's say, peace and mental health for the business and for your colleagues and employees. So approvals that took a week now take a day. Employees that don't need to chase the managers anymore for approvals. Right person is notified in the right time automatically and immediately. And as you know, time is money. So this will also be measurable immediately. The third one is pretty obvious. With a solution like Spendesk, you will have the contract sitting in the system, so you will not miss out on any contract renewals anymore. And you can catch them at the right time and take action at the right time as well. And the system is actually going to tell you what action is needed from you. The fourth, also a big one, is cross-team alignment. So nowadays, you will have a lot of friction in between teams. You are putting the business at risk that also there's a frustration in between collaboration. So with a solution like Spendesk, you will know in finance, in procurement, in IT and legal, you will know what is coming before it actually happens. Legal is embedded in the workflow, and also IT has visibility on every new vendor. Procurement is seen as an enabler, not as a blocker. So these are not aspirational benchmarks. These are customer averages at Spendesk. So they are achievable in months, not years. So I want to zoom out for the moment. This is not only about software, it's about procurement and the role of procurement in your organization. I know that from many meetings and also events I attended in the past 2 years in the procurement bubble, in the procurement realm, that it's a decisive moment in time for procurement. It's kind of reinventing your role and becoming a strategic business partner to the C-level, or also in some contexts, maybe even a certain risk to lose impact and to maybe even disappear or lose relevance in the business. So the old narrative maybe was closer to the fact that procurement was positioned as a cost control function, necessary but reactive, the team that slows down things and just to ensure the processes, compliance, the people who ask, have you raised a PO first when someone just wants to get something done. And the new narrative that we enforce at Spendesk and that we want to underline at Spendesk is that the best CPOs today, they have rewritten the story and they have in their organizations a procurement function that is competitive advantage to the business. So it's actually a capability that helps the business to move faster because they've built a process that is both controlled and frictionless. And increasingly, there's the ones deploying AI first and getting real value from it, not because they waited for AI to fix a broken process. They fixed the process first. So I want to be very clear on this. As I think my previous speaker was mentioning, you can't sprinkle AI on everything and then magic happens and everything is working. That's delusional behavior. You need to fix the process first. You need to go to the whiteboard, away from all the software you could potentially think of, maybe not even use any AI tool at all, and just think clearly with your team, understand the logic your business needs to follow, your procurement needs to be structured, and then now AI can make these processes, these fundamentals move faster, more efficiently, smarter, and strategic. So the shift is really from becoming a process manager that controls spend and says no, to becoming a strategic leader, enabling speed, driving value, and being a trusted partner, a key stakeholder in the business. So this transition is defining the story of procurement really right now as we speak, and everyone, every person in this room, can be part of it and can be part of writing this story. So maybe to summarize, big ideas are great. I talked a lot and it was a big monologue and maybe it resonates with you. Maybe you're saying, who is this guy? But I don't want you to leave without something concrete. So in any case, I want to share with you 3 moves that you can implement tomorrow or Monday, maybe, and that will have a real impact, no matter if you change your tool stack or not. So the first move would be to map the real intake journey. So not your process documentation or the diagram on the intranet, but really you sit down with an actual employee next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, and you watch him or her, what will he or she do when they need to buy something. And why? This is simply because this is the best and easiest way to detect if there's a gap between official processes and a reality. And this gap can then be your starting point to implement change and to improve the structure. The second suggestion would be around identifying where your real AI readiness breaks down. So think about questions you wish you could answer right now. For example, what are we spending with each vendor? Where are our highest risk contracts? Which categories are over budget? And if you can't answer without a painful manual exercise, probably you know now exactly where you need to fix things before you invest in AI. And lastly, centralize your contracts this week. It's not a 6-month project. You can do it this week. You pick 20 of your top vendors. You create one shared record for each: value, owner, renewal date, key terms. And I promise that this single action will already save you money within the next 90 days. I'm confident of that. I've heard so many CFOs saying they went into a new business blindly without any visibility over all the contracts, and they had a renewal for a CRM that was 6 digits. It can save you money and it will do so fast. So these are small moves, but there is real impact behind and you can build from there. So let me leave you with this, and then I'm coming to an end as well. We're living through a genuinely exciting moment for procurement. The technology has caught up with the ambition, which is a great message, a great sign. AI is real, it works, and it will reshape this function. the secret of winning behind it is that the team that win is not necessarily not always the ones with the most advanced technology. They are the ones who build the right foundation, as we saw earlier, who made the basics work beautifully, who connected the process and centralized their data. And then there comes the cascade. When you do that, the AI comes to you. The strategic seat at the table comes to you as well. And the reputation as an enabler comes to you. AI is the biggest opportunity potentially of your career to step up and to become a more strategic leader rather than someone who's just reacting and controlling. So procurement really isn't anymore a back office function. It's a strategic lever. And the leaders in this room, you're going to be the ones pulling it.
Okay, Anton, thank you very much for that. That was fascinating stuff. Just got a couple of questions, if that's okay. In the chat, someone has messaged to ask everyone really, how many people are currently managing purchasing and supplier orders through manual processes? I mean, when it comes to you in your day to day, how many people do you speak to that are still using manual processing? Anton, yeah, I just wanted to to pick up on your presentation. What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Just one of the questions in the chat was about asking everyone really about how many people are still currently using manual processes versus people who are automated. Is it still very common?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the most teams we're talking to, they don't have a strong or yeah, several people in headcount established procurement function. They are typically, let's say, in between 50 to 500, maybe 1,000 employees. So they have a finance function built out. They have a CFO, they have a head of accounting, head of controlling. But very often they're not yet in a dynamic where they, on a daily basis, rely on purchase requests and purchase processes, but they kind of lack these processes to bring in the structure that the C-level is already asking from them. So what's interesting is that they already do procurement, but they don't have the title for it yet. And maybe they don't even have the necessarily understanding that they're already doing procurement. And so it very often comes naturally to them to use Spendesk and then build out procurement processes in Spendesk because other than very, very complex procurement solutions in the market, Spendesk allows you to build it brick by brick. So you could say, for example, for different manual use cases where somebody would request something via Slack or really an email, now you can actually say, okay, once this person requests this, this is the next step, this is the escalation, this is the next person in the loop. And so, yeah, unfortunately, it's still very often very manual and people don't realize necessarily always the potential behind it to automate or to use AI in this. So
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. So, just to our audience, if you do have any more questions for Anton, do send them in the chat or let us know, and we could keep asking Anton. While we've still got him for a few more minutes yet. Anton, as well, I was interested in what you said a little bit earlier in your presentation about you put garbage in, you get garbage out, and you talked about that sort of flow about the foundation. How important is it to ensure that the data that you put in is accurate?
yeah, I mean, it just isn't very fun and it's quite a risk to run operations on data that is not clean, right? So, I mean, the problem with AI maybe or automation is that it will always give you an output. It very rarely will completely interrupt you, right? I mean, it's maybe a bit of a similar logic when you ask Gemini about the new haircut. It will always say something nice. It will always give you sure. Sorry, maybe not the haircut. But no, it's like I never get a pushback from my AI, my Gemini or my Claude, right? So
Hmm.
it's not really used to challenging you that much. So the risk is not that you can't work with shitty data. The risk is much bigger. It's you will work with shitty data very often without realizing that it's putting you at risk. So it's actually, as I mentioned, better to not work with AI or automation at all when you don't get the fundamentals right. So we even in sales, I probably shouldn't say this, but we also in my team, I tell them to push back for clients when it comes to adoption of some parts of our solution because they're not ready, right? It doesn't make sense uh, to kind of speed up on a highway that is still shaky or damaged. So
Yeah.
it just puts you at risk, and then you also need to be honest about it that the fundament is missing. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a question for you, Anton, from one of our audience. Caroline Trotman asks, the 5% overspend figure you shared is an average, but in practice, the gap varies a lot. Where do you see the biggest leakage in your own organizations, and what's been the hardest root cause to fix? People, process, or tooling? That's a big question to grapple with there, but I mean, what do you, what's your reaction to that? How would you go about answering it?
Yeah, I would say in our experience, the biggest leakage almost always comes from the same three places. So as I mentioned, can be duplicate vendors that nobody audited. It can be contracts that auto-renew without anyone noticing. Or also it can be purchases that really bypass the process entirely because just it felt too slow, right? Like when people don't respect the process, they will bypass it, and this is the biggest risk to the business. And when you dig down into the root cause, it's rarely the people. It's really the absence of a structure in the whole intake journey. So yeah, that's what I think would be the answer.
Yeah, and in terms of that 5% overspend figure as an average, obviously that is an average is a middle figure. In terms of the where else you go on that, what's the biggest you've seen or you've encountered? Where how big is that kind of spread of figures in order to get 5%?
Um, so you mean like the outliers of that around that?
Yeah.
Um, I mean, to be honest, we have some businesses that we onboard where they have maybe just 50 to 100 employees, but of course, if they use these huge AI corporations and they have Anthropic or others, can be quite costly. So if you miss out on this and you have renewals, you have, for example, people leaving the business in Spendesk, you'll get notified from the HR software as soon as someone is leaving the business. So you can block
Mm.
all the subscription and all the cost of this person instantly. If you don't have this automation, you risk on just going blindly, and especially those AI tools, software as a service, CRM cost can be really much higher number than 5%, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Just got another question for you, Anton, from Will. It says, you showed that shift from being seen as a blocker to becoming a strategic enabler. For those who've gone through that transformation, what was the single moment or change that really shifted how the rest of the business perceived procurement? Was there a single moment, a tipping point?
Yeah, I guess it's more directed to other people joining.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose that's to everyone, but I just wondered your thoughts on that. What
Yeah.
have you seen in terms of people you've worked with, other clients you might have had, or other companies?
I think one big topic that comes to mind is definitely the whole sovereignty of the euro or of Europe at the moment. So a lot of businesses are reconsidering the corporations they work with in Europe. So since Spendesk is also Europe-based, it's a more and more topic that comes up also in compliance and in purchase to pay processes. When you have a benchmark with 5 different vendors, and oftentimes, Spendesk is a vendor that is being part of the due diligence of our customers that want to work with Spendesk. We see customers choosing Spendesk over a Ramp or a Brex or another US corporation because they want to also stay EU sovereign, or they want to rely on other solutions from the EU. So it becomes strategic, or the function of procurement becomes strategic when it's, I guess, also becoming or being more political and more yeah, kind of looking above just their function and not just looking at the numbers, but looking also at the positioning of a brand and of a company. Um, and the second thing that comes to mind is a feature that we haven't shipped yet, but that is also going to be something that's going to yeah, gain a massive respect for procurement teams, is really around the whole AI benchmarking topic inside Spendesk. As we have over 5,000 yeah, different customers, they all use HubSpot, Salesforce, or other systems, for example. When you want to purchase a new seat or a license for a new software, there will be a world in which we benchmark this against all our data at Spendesk to give you an indication whether you're being overcharged by the aggressive salesperson of this one software, or whether it's realistic also a price they're asking. So once the whole decision making becomes more enhanced with AI and knowledge and data, the function can even excel more and play a more strategic role in the whole thing.
Okay, and with one last question for you from Caroline Trotman. Thanks for your questions, Caroline, and for everyone else getting in contact. You talked about the AI amplifying good procurement rather than replacing it, but there's a lot of noise in the market right now. How are you cutting through the hype to evaluate which AI capabilities are actually production ready versus what is still aspirational?
Yeah, good question. So I think the honest answer is start with what's already working. AI, as I mentioned, on top of messy data, doesn't help anyone. But when you spend data, and that's what we're known for and doing very well already for over a decade now as a profitable business, when your spend data is structured and centralized, things like anomaly detection, invoice matching, contract alerts, they just work. It's just a logical next step we can evolve into. And that's why we see also real-time savings today. So the more autonomous stuff is coming, uh, but the foundation, yeah, has to be there first.
Okay. That's great. Thank you very much, Anton Mack there. Fantastic keynote speech from Spendesk, the procurement leader's playbook from process chaos to intelligent control. And thank you very much as well for your questions. There's a lot to unpack there, and great to kind of get Anton's thoughts on the current market as well about what's actually usable now. So that's fantastic. We are going to take another short break, but we would love your feedback and participation in the IFOL Finance Workforce Readiness Research 2026. Your feedback in this is going to help our annual benchmark into the future readiness of finance, of the finance profession. So you're going to see a link in the chat very shortly where you can complete a quick 5-minute research form. And please don't forget to provide your email address as well at the end to be entered into a prize draw where you can win one of three $50 or equivalent Amazon gift cards. That's not to be sniffed at. Everyone likes a bit of a free gift. So all responses are confidential as well. So do get involved with that. I will share this so you can find out a little bit more about that. And yeah, we will go on a short break. Um, and hopefully you can all see that. But yeah, so that's what we are asking you for. Just a little bit about the IFOL Finance Workforce Readiness Research 2026. Your chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. So yeah, find the link in the chat. It's a quick 5-minute form to fill in. And don't forget to put your email address in as well. And you got entered into our prize draw for those Amazon gift cards. So do get involved with that. And we will be back in 5 minutes, okay, or so, 17:10 UK time. We'll be back with the next session. So we'll see you very shortly. Do take a few minutes just to kind of go through this because it's great to kind of get your feedback into our research. But we'll see you very shortly. Okay, we are back. Thank you very much to everyone who's taken a couple of minutes to fill in the IFOL Finance Workforce Readiness Research uh, link. As I say, the link is still in the chat now. Um, if you want to sort of have a quick look, 5-minute research form, your chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card and a prize draw if you put your email address in. Thank you very much for everyone who's done that. So thank you for that. Right. Our next keynote session is Paul Taylor, and he's going to be exploring how finance leaders can attract, motivate, and retain top talent by adapting their leadership approach, creating meaningful development opportunities, and building a culture where people can thrive. So join me in welcoming back Paul Taylor, O2C Educational Lead at IFOL, who's going to walk us through our next session. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks very much, Jay. Let's just get this shared and we shall get going. That should be everything. That should be us shared. Okay, so yep, my name is Paul Taylor. I'm back again. We're going to talk about cracking the talent code, Generation X to Generation Z or Z. Motivation, attraction, retention, leadership, it all differs and it changes. And hopefully during this session, we can describe exactly what we need to do as leaders to engage with the next generation. This is a subject that's very close to my heart because as an operational leader, I challenge greatly. I struggle greatly whenever millennials first entered the workplace, and I'm saying the same people that I struggle with now starting to struggle with Gen Z. I would love to put a poll in to ask what age people are, but I think that wouldn't be appropriate. But before we can really dig into the differences in the generations, we need to understand the generational landscape itself. So we've got Gen X, generally born between 1965 and 1980. This is a generation that values stability, autonomy, and loyalty. They're also motivated by security and having a clear structure. This is a clear structure of who is my manager, who do I go to for answers, and having that sort of hierarchical structure. They prefer face-to-face communications. They'd rather go and talk to somebody or lift the phone and talk to somebody rather than send them an email, which differs somewhat from our millennials who were born between 1981 and 1996. Millennials value purpose, flexibility, and collaboration. They like to work together. They're motivated by development and having meaningful work. And that's a key motivator, which we'll discuss as well. They expect regular feedback and also coaching. Another big difference is the word coaching. Gen Z, on the other hand, born between 1997 and 2012. Gen Z value progression. It's a key. Learning, another key, and authenticity. They're motivated by growth, opportunities, and transparency. They want to see what the opportunities are. It's no longer good enough for Gen Z to have a career ladder in the background or opportunities that whenever we think you're ready, we'll talk to you about it. They want to see the opportunity and then work towards that success or that promotion or that progress within the organization. They're very much digital first. But the thing about Gen Z is they still crave human connection. So it's not just about digital, online, but they still do crave human connection. They just want that human connection to be quick. Now, I'm going to introduce you to Xennials. It's a micro generation. The Xennials are born between 1977 and 1983. And the reason this is really important is because the micro generation that bridges the gap between Gen X and millennials. So whenever they defined what makes the different generations, this is a little generation in the middle that actually is slightly different. The main reason they're different is because they grew up in an analog childhood, but left school and entered the workforce in the digital age. So they understand the importance of digital, but they also remember things like tape decks, vinyl, VHS. Some things an awful lot of people don't even remember at all. If you want to see how old I am, Betamax. Xennials value independence, the same as Gen X. They're very much teach me how to do it and leave me alone to do my job. But Xennials value that independence, but they also have the resilience of Gen X, and they appreciate the flexibility and the purpose and the development like millennials do. Here's some key stats for you. 76% of Gen Z say learning is the key to career success. 65% of millennials prioritize purpose over pay. They'd rather know that the work they do provides purpose than actually getting a pay rise. 70% of Gen X value job security as a top driver for them. So leadership insight is different generations are not a problem to manage. As leaders, we must accept that they're an opportunity to maximize. And they're also the future leaders within your organization. So you have an obligation to teach them well. Motivation is not a one size fits all product anymore. So Gen X trust, they value, for motivator for them would be trust them to do the job. Work-life balance, they want to know that whenever they finish the work, they go home and having the autonomy to do that job. They thrive with having that hierarchy, that structure, that top-down approach within a corporate environment, and that's what they want. But millennials, on the other hand, motivators for millennials would be recognition, growth, having a purpose that drives their engagement in the workforce. They thrive with technology integration. They love constant feedback and having a positive collaborative work culture. So a nice, happy place to work that they can get on with it and work together and get the job done because the work they do provides value. And as in finance, there's a lot of roles that we have that we struggle sometimes to work out what actually brings the value, because we know as managers or leaders that we have to input these invoices, but when you're sitting there doing that again and again, it makes it a bit of a challenge to work out what value does this actually bring. That's why we have AI and technology coming in to actually automate those more manual tasks. Xenials sit in the middle. They share the motivators of both Gen X and millennials alike. Gen Z, they value growth, investment in their progression. That drives their commitment. They seek meaningful work and they value ethical companies. And they will look on your website for your environmental, social, and governance policies. If they like what they see and they join your company, they will expect you and they will hold you to live to that standard. So keep that in mind when you produce documents and talk to Gen Z about the workplace and the culture within the organization. Research shows that common retention drivers across all generations are work-life balance and flexible working arrangements. So my advice to you is, a lot of companies these days, a lot of organizations are saying people have to come back into the workplace. Don't follow other people. Don't be a sheep and follow what they're doing. And think, well, they're bringing everybody in, I'm going to bring everybody in as well. There's no requirement for everybody to bring people into the office if you don't need to. So having the working arrangements that works for your workforce is really important. So consider all generations value work-life balance and all generations value flexible working. But it's not just enough to talk about it. You need to do it. So this is a simple shift. We need to move from control to coaching, from instruction to empowerment. Here's one about attraction. So how do we attract the top talent? To attract the absolute top talent, especially Gen Z, you have to go beyond salary. It's no longer offering the better salary. Gen Z look for different things. They look for clear career pathways. Far too many times in my career, I've gone into organizations and say, oh yeah, there's great promotion opportunities, but where are they? What are they? How do I get that promotion? And this is what they want to see. They want to see that clear pathway. And if you haven't mapped your career pathways with whatever qualifications you need to be able to progress, then it's something you need to do. They want continuous learning and development, but they also want strong leadership and mentorship. They're not looking for a manager to tell them what to do. They want the strong leadership, but they want the mentorship as well. They value flexibility and they value well-being focus. So they want to make sure they're looked after, not just professionally, but also personally. If they've got issues, they want flexibility. And letting somebody come in an hour late because they've got challenges that they need to deal with early. That's a reasonable adjustment, and it's something we need to be looking at and going, well, we can make these changes for our staff. Here's some key stats. 74% of Gen Z would leave a role due to the lack of development opportunities. Almost 3/4 of Gen Z would leave a role if they can't see the development opportunities within the role, within the organization. And around 76% of Gen Z say that learning is the key reason to stay in a role. So if you're not offering learning opportunities for people and opportunities for them to develop, then you're going to lose the next generation coming into the workplace. Over 60% of Gen Z would prioritize work-life balance over salary increases. Now, I'm not going to say what generation I am, but that just amazes me that I'd rather have money, but they'd rather have the work-life balance. The 74% I mentioned there that would leave a role due to lack of opportunities, that isn't a warning. That's the reality that many businesses are already experiencing right now. Nearly half of Gen Z would turn down a role that doesn't offer flexibility. So if you don't offer it, you will lose the next generation. And this is very much a moving goalpost. So if your business can't clearly explain what's in it for them, they'll go elsewhere. So the question isn't how do we attract Gen Z? It's are we structured in a way that keeps them? Which leads me nicely on to retention. So retention is no longer about tenure; it's about progression. A lot of times it used to be who's ever sat in the seat the longest gets promoted because they've been there longer. Those days are gone. It's about progression opportunities. So for Gen Z, they want fast progression. Now let me clarify this. Gen Z are not impatient. They're just very clear about momentum. So they want to know what is the progression opportunities, what is the pathway? Do I need to do qualifications, certifications to be able to progress? How can I do that? We can offer that. They expect continuous feedback. Now, this isn't necessarily sitting down every year and doing a 12-month review. If they can't see movement within 12 months, they will start to look elsewhere. So you don't have that 12 months to be able to sit down and do a formal review. That will turn Gen Z off. They want regular feedback. If it's once a month, they have a quick 15 minutes, 10 minutes with the team leader, with the supervisor, with the manager, to talk about, okay, we talked about your progression plan. How do you think that's progressing? And then adjust that accordingly. They also need visible development plans. So you need to make sure that that's part of the onboarding and the induction journey for new members of staff. That's how we engage with them from day one, and that's what we need to do as leaders. So we need to adjust that to actually have those development plans for them. But please don't forget about existing staff. Gen X, millennials, and Xennials still want investment, but they expect more advanced development opportunities. So, for example, if we relate it back to the Institute of Financial Ops and Leadership, we may have a new member of staff that comes in to do a foundation course in, say, accounts receivable. They then maybe move on to do the accounts receivable specialist course. But existing staff who are maybe looking for something a bit more advanced might want to do the manager course. But this is the thing, they also need to see they value those structured career ladders. So if you have a career ladder where you can say to every member of staff, whether that's somebody new in today or somebody who's been with you for 10 years or longer, this is where you are in the career ladder. This is the opportunity that are open to you. This is the length of time and the qualifications that you need to get to be able to progress. Another key stat. Employees are 3.3 times more likely to stay if they can see a clear career progression. 3.3 times. That's crazy. Annual reviews don't work for Gen Z. They don't work for millennials. They want real-time input. My advice is if you have a member of your team that does something particularly good, ask another manager, another leader within the organization, ask the director, somebody very high up, where they're walking past, just tap the desk and say, you did a great job last week. I'm really pleased with what you did. That sort of instant recognition, that instant gratification satisfies the need that Gen Z have learned from Snapchat, from TikTok, things like that. So leadership insight development is not a perk. It's now a retention strategy. Career planning and clarity of pathway is an absolute must. It's not a nice to have anymore. But let's be honest, are we actually built for Gen Z? Now here's a picture opportunity. If you're on a computer, you can take a screenshot. If you or you take a photograph on your phone. So I've got 6 questions for you. So my 6 questions are very simple. Are you still hiring for experience instead of the potential for future progression? If you are, then it's something you need to look at. Do your managers coach, or do all they do is manage performance? Do they delegate tasks, or do they actually help develop individual people? Can every employee clearly see in the next 12 to 24 months what their pathway could be? Are you offering professional development, or are you just training tick boxes? Because that's not enough. 5th question, do you say you support flexibility, or do you actually support it? And the 6th question, would Gen Z employee describe your leadership as transparent, authentic, or worth staying for? So I'll just leave that actually up for a second. If you just want to take a picture of that, and we'll move on. Okay. So from insight to action, we talked about action earlier on, but we're talking about the generations in leadership at the minute. So from insight, we're going to say, well, what should we start doing? So what we need to start doing is building visible career pathways. Look at all the different roles within your organization, put them down on a piece of paper, and then map them out. How can somebody move from one role to the next? What qualifications would underpin that progression? And then let's get it put out and brief everybody on what those pathways look like. Introduce regular, meaningful development conversations, not just something in the back room or one particular person stands out. We need to have these meaningful conversations with people. Train leaders to coach, not just control. Here's a few things to stop doing. Okay, stop waiting for annual reviews and to talk about growth. It's more of a regular, a shorter thing, snapshot where somebody can say, you're doing a great job. Okay. Stop promoting managers without people leadership skills or because they've sat in the seat the longest. If you've got somebody who's knocking it out of the park, say as an AP or as an AR associate or controller, put them through a leadership course, put them through a management course. We've the certified accountant manager course, put them through the course, give them the skills, the knowledge to be able to take that next step. It's what we call leadership by design. Let's actually create leaders, the future leaders within the organization, and invest in them. Stop assuming salary equals retention. It doesn't anymore. So what's changing? What do we need to do better? Make development measurable and personal. We've all heard of SMART objectives: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant. Okay, and these are great. They set the direction. But smarter objectives manage performance. So we take the SMART framework: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. We've probably all heard those. And we just add on ER. Evaluated. Okay, we regularly assess progress and performance against the objective. And reviewed. We revisit and adjust the objective or approach when circumstances, priorities, or performance changes. This changes it from just setting the direction, but actually managing and leading that performance. Another thing we can do better is create real instant feedback cultures. That's where we say in meetings, so and so did a great job, and somebody else is well done. So we need to create those instant cultures. So here's the sort of shift. To succeed across generations, leaders must evolve. What great leaders do now is they create those personalized development plans. They invest in continuous learning at all levels. This is not just about the staff on the floor doing the job. This is about investing in people at all levels. So if you're a senior leader within the organization, you need to invest in your managers, your operational managers. They need to invest in their team leaders. The team leaders need to invest in the people. This is at all levels, and you should have a plan as well. You should have your personalized development plan that goes to your manager, your chief executive, somebody in your C-suite if you're a senior leader. And if you don't have anything like that, create one yourself. Build great leadership building transparent career pathways so people can see where I am, where I can go, but how can I get there? They also communicate with clarity and consistency. Here's the reality. Gen Z will soon make up over 30% of the workforce. Just let that sink in. 30% of the workforce. Businesses that fail to adapt will struggle to attract and retain talent. So it's not about changing your standards, it's about changing your approach to how we lead teams. If you want the best people, you have to become the best place for those people to grow. And attraction starts with your proposition, retention is built through development, and leadership is the difference that brings all of this together. The organizations that win in the future won't be the ones with the best products, but they're going to be the ones with the best people. And I think we've talked about this a lot throughout the whole day. It's about having the best people, and everything else should fall into place. So I'm going to leave you with one question. What is one thing that you should change in the next 30 days to better attract, engage, or retain Gen Z talent? Do feel free to get in touch. Thank you. Oh, can't hear you, Jay.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, great. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, apologies. I've been having some issues with my microphone today. But yeah, thank you for that, Paul. Really fascinating to get a breakdown of the different sort of generational tribes, if you like, in the workplace. Really fascinating to kind of see how you can kind of work as a best practice and sort of getting the best out of each of those generations. So really fantastic. So we are going to move on now to the next bit in our session today. And a panel discussion. And it's something that it's going to really hopefully get you kind of all your juices going. We sort of round up all of the different themes of today, and we're going to discuss what does the future hold for finance operations. So we are going to speak to a panel of three people here. We've got Laura Brown, the Finance SSC Director at St. Gobain, UK and Ireland, leading a shared service centre supporting multiple businesses across the UK and Ireland. Laura has extensive experience transforming finance operations, driving process excellence, and developing high-performing teams. Former Credit Professional of the Year, she's passionate about advancing the profession, supporting future talent, and embracing the opportunities that technology, automation, and AI bring to credit and financial operations. So Laura also serves on the CICM Advisory Council as a representative for trade credit. Great to have you with us today, Laura. Um,
Okay.
you've also got Joshua Mayhew, MD of Global Credit Recoveries, a multi-award winning commercial debt recovery agency. Joshua serves on the CICM Advisory Council, helping to shape industry standards, champion professional development, and promote best practice across credit and collections professions globally. Great to have you with us too, Joshua.
Yeah,
Uh,
welcome to. Good to see you all.
yeah, and we've also got Paul Taylor as well. Just in case you want more Paul, this is your place for it. Paul is the O2C educational lead at IFOL, a recognised finance transformation and order to cash leader. Almost 3 decades of experience from UK-based firms to multi-billion pound global organisations. Paul transforms finance operations, improves commercial performance, and develops high-performing teams as well. Passionate about developing finance leaders and shaping the future of all financial operations. So great to have you all here. So the title of the discussion is what does the future hold for finance operations? And I suppose a way into that is to talk about automation. We've discussed AI a lot already on today's session. As that takes over more routine tasks, I'm just interested to know from the panel, what skills do you think will best distinguish the best credit managers and collections professionals, say 5 years from now? Laura, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I think while automation obviously will take away some of that manual activity, I think it doesn't remove the need for people still in that process, that understand risk, relationships and the commercial context. So yeah, I think thinking about the skills to have, having that data, being able to interpret it, insight it, and using your commercial judgment, really understanding the customer, the market, the wider business impact to it, and having that communication and influence really around, partnering with sales, commercial, supply chain, and senior leaders. So, yeah, I think still having that human element within it's still needed, isn't it? While we've got automation, you still need that human element to it.
Yeah. Joshua, what are your thoughts on what's going to make people stand out 5 years from now?
Yeah, very, very similarly to Laura. That I think from when I look at it with a debt collector's head on, not always a bit of a taboo subject, but we're nice people, I promise. But yeah, from the sort of collection side of it on the global scale, it definitely AI will replace tasks but not judgment, and I say that from a place of when we look at collections, a credit manager or a collector's gut feel, a finance professional's gut feel of what this customer's doing and what their behavior is like, the human behavior, how we interpret that is I think, going to be very, very different to how AI will interpret those sort of things. So whilst you can have AI manage, your normal sort of pick up a lot of the sort of day-to-day tasks of credit and collections and the financial process, but the gut feel and understanding your customer and what football team they support, those sort of things, those relationships are going to be vital. So being able to have solid relationships with people and keeping things human
Keep it, yes. I mean, those solid relationships. So it all sounds like common sense, doesn't it, Paul? What are your thoughts on this sort of this 5 year look into the peek around the corner into the future? What's going to make people stand out?
You're putting me on the spot now, Jay, because earlier on I was saying you can't predict 5 years ahead because things are moving so quick. Um, it's an interesting. I totally agree with what Laura and Joshua said. The human judgment can't be replaced. Not yet, although I've seen a few reports of AI being sarcastic, which is quite a concern. Had a strange conversation with my Alexa the other day, but we'll not talk about that. I mean, it is going to come back to human judgment. We need to use AI as a tool. But if we cast it back to ATMs, when automated teller machines and cash machines, or as we like to call them in Ireland, the hole in the wall. Whenever they first came out, everybody talked about this going, it's going to replace banks. Banks are going to close. We're not going to have anybody in banks. But if you look at the evolution of that, when they came in, it did replace what tellers were doing. But tellers then started selling insurance products. They started talking about loans, started adding about, well, what else can we do to help you? Oh, you're struggling to manage your money. Well, let's work out how we can do that. Then that changed and people realized, well, actually, this adds a lot more value, but people can rather talk on the phone. So that actually gave birth to contact centers and collection and call centers for banks. And it just expanded over that. So I don't think we really know what will happen in the future, but it is going to come down to human judgment. It's going to be about interpreting the data, turning that data into the insight into value, and the value into that decision. But that decision, how we can actually execute that. So it goes back to what, very much what I was saying earlier. I think that's where the humans are going to kick in, but also keeping AI and technology on the right track. Because you can ask AI the same question in a couple of different days and it'll turn out a slightly different answer. So we do need to still be sure that we have those guardrails in place, and we do still continue to check what it says and what it produces. So it's not the one size fits. It's not a golden solution to everything, but it is what we need to use because it will revolutionize what we do. But we can't replace people.
Yeah, and it's that thing about having to push back a little bit as well, because often, AI can get some things wrong sometimes, and sometimes it's worth a human. Yolanda in her speech earlier on talked about that gut feeling that humans get when something doesn't quite feel right, perhaps in a set of figures or in a in an invoice or something that might come across that doesn't perhaps scan correctly in terms of not making sense. Those are the sort of intangibles, aren't there? That humans have kind of got the edge still over AI.
I think even with fraud prevention, there's still things that come across the desk that you look at, and they say the spidey sense goes, and there's something tingling, going, "This isn't right." A lot of times AI may look at it and go, "Yes, it adds up," and it does, but there's something that isn't quite right. I had a fraud case a number of years ago where we actually tied it all back on face value. Everything added up. All the IDs were fine. All the websites checked out. The trade references were good. We contacted trade references, their current suppliers, until we dug into it more because one of my managers was saying something not right. This doesn't sit right. Until we actually dug into their websites, and all three websites for themselves and both of their trade references happened to be created on the same day on the same WordPress template and used pretty much the same wording. And then the more we started digging, it was complete fraud to set up a trade credit account to supply them high value products. So of course, sales are going, "This is great. Look at the amount of money we're going to, the amount of product we're going to move." When actually, it was a blatant fraud. But again, it was humans who had picked that up, black and white, 100%. That was a legitimate application, and it did add up in face value. So it's down to that gut instinct that something just doesn't sit right.
Yeah.
And
Laura,
similarly, if I can just add to that as well, Jay,
yeah, of
sorry,
course.
the Paul's story brought out a story from myself. So we do a lot of we got an office out in the Middle East that covers the sort of the Gulf country collections. Fascinating place to do business, but similarly to Paul's story, with AI, we had a debt that was placed with us back in 2019, 2020 that we recovered from a company out in Dubai. And then about 2 years later, another debt came across our desk. Now, a system would have said, "Oh, actually, that's probably collectible." Our legal director in Dubai went to the office thinking, "Actually, this will be collectible. We've collected from this company before. Let's, just go and have a conversation and get this cleared up because it's clearly another, fairly easy mistake." But it actually turned out to be a Phoenix company, in that, we went there and it was all the same people, the same office, but just the logos had changed, the website was changed, it was a different company entity. You wouldn't know that unless you go and sit in the office and see the white of someone's eyes and have that conversation. Whereas AI potentially might have picked up on there being a different company there, but you wouldn't know then that it's all the same people. taking the same goods and not paying the same bills. So yeah, again, it's going to be fascinating to see what the next 5 years does with the AI side of things, and how different technologies feed into that. But also, I think the best finance leaders, and the best ones are already, but it's how you fine tune becoming the best strategic advisor to the business with what that AI does for you in the background. I think that's probably the best way to look at it, in my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds good. Laura, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I'd agree completely. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's trying to, how can you leverage yourself, as we talk about, like being a business partner, with the data and the insight that you've got, actually to give that added value that you've got, whether it's to your sales teams, operations teams, whatever, customer services. So yeah, I think it's just it's really using that to benefit yourself and the value that you can add with it, working with it rather than against it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, many organizations are investing millions in technology, but some say they're still seeing very little in return. Why do so many digital transformation projects fail to deliver expected benefits? Who wants to take that one?
I'll jump in with that one then.
Yeah.
I think there's far too many times. I've seen it plenty of times on LinkedIn where the boardroom discussion, and the CEO saying, "I want AI." He says, "Great, let's get it." And, well, what do you want it to do? We don't know. A lot of times it's the knee-jerk reaction. We need to bring in artificial intelligence. We need RPA. We need machine learning. We bring on all these technologies to try and fix the problems we have as an organization, but the problems we have are disjointed or broken processes. And again, I think we've heard it throughout today. We need to look at the process, simplify the process, make sure people are following it. It also could be a very simple thing that the process is actually quite good. It's just never been relayed through poor management. I'm usually the one that ends up in trouble because I'm always the first person to point the finger at the manager when people say, "Oh, the staff aren't doing their job; they're terrible." Well, sorry, but your manager, you're not doing your job because they're not doing theirs. That's what you're paid for. So I think a lot of times it is the process that's broken, or it's disjointed, or it's just overly complicated, or it relies too much on one particular person, or there's far too many steps in there. This I've seen this so many times. Far too many steps in there that people go, "Well, I've got a work list to work down, and all I do is click that button, hit save." Why do we need it? Let's do away with it. Let's look at the actual process itself before we start looking at bringing in AI and spending millions.
Yeah, I mean, is it the case, do you think, that there is so much choice now, I suppose, in these automation programs that a lot of people, CFOs downwards to people who are kind of account managers, feel a bit overwhelmed and a bit swamped by the choice that there is now? Is that a part of the process, that in terms of, you might need to automate, but actually there's so many products out there, how do you know you're picking the right one?
Yeah, I mean, this is always going to be an issue. It's not just how many products are out there. There's more and more being added almost every week. It just feels like system overload.
Yeah.
My advice to anybody is to do what's called an RFP, a request for proposal. Write down what you want the system to do, break it down into different areas, get your absolute wish list, but don't just do it yourself. Engage with compliance, engage with IT infrastructure, engage with risk, engage with other departments that might be affected by this, and say, well, if we were going to replace our entire operating system for customer management, for order to cash or procure to pay, what's on your wish list? What would you absolutely want it to do? What they call it Moscow, what must it have? What should it have? What could it have? What it won't have? Let's put it down our wish list and then send that out to 10 suppliers. Get them to answer the questions, and then when it comes back, just rule them out based on what they can't do.
Yeah.
I think
Josh, your
in
thoughts?
addition to that, yes, yeah, perfect, Jay. And I was going to say, it's great to have that. What features does it have, and what features do we need it to have? But then the overriding sort of question ahead of all of that is, what financial outcome are we expecting from those features? That's got to be your overriding sort of pillar to all of those. Has got to be right. Okay, that's great. It does do that, as opposed to this system not doing it. That sort of decision making, but at the top of it, what are we actually going to? What's the return on investment? And I think then what feeds into that is naturally is your data as well. Like Paul said, if your processes and your management aren't great, in conjunction with your data might be not being the best suit for that AI or for that automation, whatever it is, it's not going to, you're not going to find that financial gain at the end of it. Ultimately, any sort of for me, any digital transformation project should be really delivering you either faster cash conversion, lower cost somewhere, or the other sort of return investment can be a better customer journey as well, better customer sort of success. So yeah, if you're not sort of hitting those and seeing the financial outcome, then yeah, it might just be buying it because everyone else has got it. So tough
Yeah.
call.
Yeah.
But Laura, what are your thoughts there? Do you think a lot of people do tend to make these sort of purchases based on what other people are doing versus doing the research themselves?
I think so, or it's just wanting to kind of jump on that AI technology bandwagon a bit, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
similar to what Paul had said about, needing the process to be fixed. If you're automating poor processes, you're just going to get faster poor processes, aren't you?
Mm.
And like with Josh with the data as well, we've gone through a lot of finance transformation ourselves, and having that good, clean master data that it's complete. You've got your data governance. It's all really like basic things that you need to start with before then. I think then looking at, okay, what could we automate? What could our digital transformation look like? But really for us in our SSC as well, we've seen the best results where we've done it as a change management piece as well. So we've brought people along with us on that journey too. I think that's really important. You need to kind of get your teams engaged and bought into it, because ultimately they are going to be your early adopters for the change.
That's interesting, actually, isn't it? And you raised a good point there about change management, and perhaps it ties in a little bit with what Paul was talking about earlier on about the generations. I mean, when it comes to change management, do you find that there are, in organizations that you work with, is there a bit of hesitancy sometimes about taking on something new, not being sure about what it's going to deliver, and perhaps, fear about, is it coming after my job? Do all
Yeah,
these factors all sort of play into it?
yeah, definitely. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's the uncertainty. I think that's what people are generally, they're not afraid of kind of like the process or the change itself. I think it's the uncertainty that it brings. So I think really kind of being really clear with them about, okay, this is why we're doing it. This is what we're hoping to get from it. We're not wanting to remove jobs, but actually an outcome might be that you've got more time that you can better use that time. So you're spending more time closely with your customers, or actually you're doing more value add activity as well. And I think generally when you kind of talk to people, alleviate their concerns as well, they generally buy into it a lot quicker. They're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joshua, your thoughts on this? Is it like a cultural thing? Do you think that sometimes people from a business culture sort of thing, people might be a bit like, well, that's not how we do things here, and perhaps there might be a bit of hesitancy?
Yeah, certainly. As I've already mentioned, we do a lot of business in the Middle East as well. And, when I look at things regionally, different regions deal with things very, very differently. And I would say, that Middle Eastern part of the world where we do a lot of business, there's not a lot of immediate sort of urgency to jump into these things. Where I'm finding that the UK, Europe, and sort of the American side of things is definitely much more open to, I wouldn't say open, but much more eager to sort of look into making those changes and onboarding these things. So yeah, it's definitely region. It's very, very different, I'd say. But yeah, as a whole, I think we're always open to it. But from a collections agency perspective, it's very much try and keep it human, and speak to people rather than letting systems doing it, because that's where for us, that's where we see success.
Yeah. And Paul, for you, any pushback that you might see, does it tend to be generational, or is it kind of regional, or global? What kind of what have you encountered in the industry?
What I find is usually more recent generations, trying to avoid saying younger people, more recent generations are usually more open to change, but change needs to be part of the culture within the organization. And I've actually achieved this within teams where they just accept the fact that we need to change to stay ahead of our competition. But I do have as Laura and Josh were talking there, one piece of advice hit me. There was an automation project that I was sitting on slightly on the outside of many years ago, and we were told by our chief exec who was leading the project, this is going to revolutionize our lives. Within a month, we're going to be doing X number of more business, and we're going to have so fewer mistakes made, and it's going to be brilliant. 12 months later, he said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have told you to prepare for the worst 12 months of your life. And it was horrific. I can't even describe how bad it was. So manage expectations. When you're looking at bringing in a tool, don't tell everybody it's going to revolutionize everything. Be honest. Tell them over the next 2 or 3 months, this could be really difficult. We could have challenges. We can have difficulties. We know this, but we're all in it together. Whatever issues you've got, come and talk to us. Let us know. Because people sometimes, when it comes to change, are reluctant to accept it, reluctant to adopt it, and they'll either fight it or just ignore the issues. And if they ignore the issues, I can't remember who it was actually said it, maybe Jolanta earlier on. If they ignore the issues and don't tell you what the problems are, you're never going to know that the automation or whatever needs tweaked or needs changed or needs adjusted. So manage expectations, and Laura hit the nail on the head. It's about the people. We need to make sure those people are engaged with, and as much sooner in the process than before. And I think as change has become, as I mentioned earlier on, a science, people are much more focused on engaging with people about change, actually having a change plan to bring everybody into that plan. But yeah, manage expectations. It's a key. It's a key.
Yeah, that's great. And just a little an aside now to our audience. If you've got questions for our panel, don't be shy. Don't sit on your hands. Get on your keyboards and type some questions in the chat for our panel here, because we've got a lot to get through. Now we're talking about the future of the industry, and part of that, I suppose, is dealing with this kind of I don't know how you'd phrase this, I suppose, like a rolling economic uncertainty that seems to sort of be kind of be coming from both sides of the Atlantic, really. But we're also, on the other hand, seeing an increase in regulation as well as a change in customer expectations as well. It seems that the whole sort of field, if you like, that we're sort of playing on now has changed in ways of regulation, uncertainty, and also customer expectations. How do you balance all of that? Laura, do you want to take
I'll
that
go.
one?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want me
Yeah.
to take that one? Yeah, I think I think it's not an either or, is it? I think treating customers fairly should support commercial performance, and I think it's just ethically how you do good business, isn't it? So I think by understanding the customers properly, you know, segment your customers. That's a good thing to do. Use that data that you can to kind of intervene any earlier as well. So, you know, you might spot payment pattern changes, be really clear, I think, with the customers. I think customers should understand our expectations, our payment terms, and our escalation routes as well, but still keep that human element with them. I think difficult conversations, they're best handled by people who can listen, who've got that empathy as well. So yeah, and I think just really just staying close to the business, to sales and to the business as well. So I think they see a lot of the things that are happening within the economy. They can feed it back into you, obviously, with the customers as well. So yeah, I think that's for me how I'd try and approach that.
Yeah. Joshua, you talked a bit about doing business in the Middle East in terms of dealing with companies that have a kind of a global view. What about the economic uncertainty angle? How is that sort of factored in, and what do you do about that in the modern world?
Yeah, how long have we got, Jay? Yeah, so again, we do. It's interesting. Whenever I do talks like this, or speak with the Institute of Credit Management, all these sort of companies, we tend to talk a fair bit about the Middle East and Africa because it's I hate to use the phrase, but it's the bit of a problem child when it comes to collections from our perspective. It's probably the tougher sort of two regions, but outside of that, the uncertainty, the geopolitical stance at the moment is making life tough because the knock-on effect through every sector and every industry, and even logistical side of it, when you start looking at the oil prices and things like that, it has a knock-on effect through everything that I don't even think has been massively seen yet. So when we talk about business as usual for us, we talk about how much we're actually collecting for our clients, and we haven't seen a huge shift in that in either the Americas or that Middle East sort of belt of the world, or even further afield. We haven't seen too much of a shift yet, which means to me that I don't think that uncertainty is really, the plaster hasn't been ripped off yet. With the fact, the peace deal coming in and the peace deal coming out, and straight up Hormuz opening and closing, all of these, it really is flipping at the moment, where each side of the coin has different changes to the oil prices and things like that. But ultimately, it's remained pretty stagnant, even though the media is showing it to be fairly unstable. I think within about 12 to sort of 18 months, that's when we're going to really see the impact of what's going on now, when stockpiles are reducing and people aren't shipping as much internationally. It's, as I said earlier, it's quite a loaded question, Jay, from our perspective, because we see the worst of the worst of business done in the worst regions. So it's a lot of stories I could tell on that, but I won't go into too much. But and how that then reflects onto how you're dealing with your customer as well. As Laura said as well, speak to your customers. A lot of the time we get in contact with what we would call then debtors. Once they are technically a debtor, they place with us. That we have these human conversations, and sometimes it is, we do have to mediate between the two companies, and there is often some sort of a dispute or something. But ultimately, we're having those human conversations, and in certain regions, we go and actually sit in offices and, as I say, meet those people and have the right conversation. And like Laura said, those tough conversations done by the right people become less tough very quickly. So I think that's the key thing. If you're seeing those behavioural signs or those struggles, just be a little bit accommodating because of what's going on at the moment and try and find a way around it.
Yeah. I mean, Paul, for you, does the change in customer expectations almost sometimes sort of follow, I suppose, uncertainty? If the customer's unsure about the future, short term or long term, they're going to want something different from you, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll want time. They'll want to drag things out. But I mean, I always use this analogy of it comes to January, you phone a customer who potentially owes some money to the organization, and they say, "Well, I'm not paying because I had a really expensive Christmas. We went to Disneyland, we went to Lapland, and we bought the kids all new iPads and new computers, and that's why I can't pay." And I always ask, "Well, is that a reason? Is that a reasonable excuse?" And people go, "No, it's not," and it's not, but it's the reason they can't pay. So it's not about being aggressive. I know the way Josh works, so I know I know he'll agree with me.
Not
I was,
aggressive, yeah.
no,
Just to clear it up.
no, not aggressive. Yeah, just to clarify.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work. And I proved this many years ago when we moved to transition from a traditional, fairly aggressive credit control, pay or else function to more like a streamlined customer account management perspective, where we actually thought we'd see our debtor days DSO extend because we were taking a softer approach, more of a customer centric approach. But it actually went the other way. Our customers responded overwhelmingly positive and actually started paying us sooner. And they appreciated the fact that it was about, well, what are the queries? What are the issues? How can we help? Now will you pay us, as opposed to pay us or else? So the old days of, whoever shouts the loudest gets paid first are gone. We do need to treat customers fairly. We do need to listen to them. We need to understand what their circumstances are. I agree with Josh that we haven't seen the real impact yet. 12 to 18 months, I'd say maybe 6 to 12, but you're probably right and I'm probably wrong. I think
Let's call it 12.
yeah, we'll say
Call
12.
it in the middle.
But I mean, I was saying earlier on, it's hard to predict what's actually going to happen because all of these challenges, whether it's customers' expectations, they expect help whenever they need help. They also know the legislation. They've ChatGPT and other AI models. They can go, well, how can I get around these things? They've got access to all this new information and intelligence, but we also have all the changes in regulation. We've got the e-invoice in the webinar. I think it's next week. We've got the systems, the AI. We're trying to adopt all these technologies, but also staying ahead of our competition. You're trying to spin all these plates. I think probably the best thing is we're playing a game, and somebody is changing the rules as we're playing. So we do need to keep up with it. We have to treat our customers fairly because they're the ones that put the revenue in. But it is a very, very difficult situation that we're dealing with. But it is about getting as much information as you can, analyze it, find the insight, and then make the decision, make the change, and then move forward. There's a lot of companies I'm talking to have said, "Oh yeah, we know we've got all this," and they're looking at the data with them, and you go, well, "Why have you not done it?" Yeah, well, we're not too sure if we should do it now. If you should do it now, do it now. Make the decision, move forward, and then once you hit something else, make the decision. And is that what we need to do? We need to do. We need to make these decisions based on the good data that we've got.
Yeah. Laura, what do you think about Paul talked a bit about getting people to sort of uh, to kind of pay if they haven't done so. I mean, there's been a sort of trend, hasn't there, towards a sort of nudge economics and getting people to kind of to sort of go along with things rather than, with sort of a gentle nudge rather than a sort of a stick approach. What do you make to that? Is that a more effective way of businesses to be able to reclaim what they're owed?
Yeah, I think speaking from experience, I know that some of the customers that we've helped out, they remember you, and when you've gone kind of that extra mile to support them. So it's just how we've always operated within our SSC when we're collecting the payments. We haven't really gone with that kind of like pay or else. It's more of a case of, look, we understand it's difficult for you. Let's work together. We see what we can do. Can we release some orders for you so at least you can continue to trade, but at the same time, can we get a bit more of a payment back from you as well? So I find the better outcomes come where you're working together, rather than it being that kind of almost a threat of, well, that's it then, we cut everything off and we'll send you legal.
Yeah. Joshua, you talked a bit about obviously dealing overseas, and Paul has attested to the fact that you don't bully people in terms of debt recovery. What is the most effective way that you have found in order to get people to kind of to pay what they're owed?
Interest again, it's quite a load. I could give quite a loaded answer because there is really no one sort of boot fits everyone for that sort of question. It's regionally, the reason there's debt collectors is that there will always be companies and people that do push it too far and do, as Laura said, you try and work with them, you give them a payment plan, they might have an issue with that again, those sort of things. There's got to be a point when you do send it to, a legal representative, a debt collection agency, or someone. But when we're going in and we're speaking to people, we're always very empathetic. It's going to sound so sales hatty, but our tagline as a company is respect, resolve, recover. And so our first job is to respect the situation, respect the debtor, and understand what's happened to get it to that place. And then the second stage is resolve. So our job is to resolve whatever has happened. So whether there's a small dispute over part of the balance and the rest of it's outstanding, that's our job to then say, well, actually, you've admitted that you've acknowledged that it's due, so let's get that paid, and then let's work together on the 10%. And it's those sort of things, don't get me wrong, we always, because of the stage of collections we're at, we always have that threat of legal action, the threat of our legal partners wherever we are in the world. We've got that covered, and so we do utilize that threat, but it's very much with the approach of, we don't want it to get there, so work with us before it reaches that stage. It's always nice to remind people as well, if you are at the stage of having to discuss legal action, of actually reminding them, look, if we instruct our lawyers, you're likely going to have to either defend this yourself or counter it, however you want to respond. You're going to have to invest your time, and then if you're going to take that even further as a company or as an individual, you're then going to probably have to instruct a lawyer as well. So actually, you're going to be spending some really valuable time and money on this legal matter if we get there. So it's those sort of, the empathetic approach, but equally, we will always have a job, because unfortunately there will always be companies that do push the envelope a little bit too far. But that's what we're here for. That's for those people.
Yeah. Now, I know we've talked a bit about that, the geopolitical instability, but what I suppose can credit professionals do to protect themselves moving into the future when it is so volatile at the moment and impossible to predict what's going to happen? Are there any safeguards you can put into place so you are a bit more protected going forward?
I'll take that if people don't mind. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And again, that comes down to very much a regional breakdown. So the biggest thing that I speak to credit managers and finance professionals about is truly understanding who you're doing business with. All too often we see again, I'm referring to the Middle East, and I hate doing it so much, but there are sort of examples in North America as well, where, you're doing business with an entity that's registered in Delaware. Now, anyone that does global business will know that there is a lot of businesses registered in Delaware. So it's just little nuances that if you see stuff like that come up, understands who the parent company is, or who the ultimate beneficiary owner is, those sort of things. And don't be afraid to just say, actually, we're not willing to do business with that company, because you wouldn't necessarily have to dress it up like this, but you can pretty much guarantee that a company in Delaware is then not going to have any assets or funds to go after, because that's probably not where they're kept, or that's just part of the business. So don't be afraid to ask new business customers if there is a parent company or if there is any sister companies, and understand the structure. And then if you are looking at potential high sort of value credit risk with those companies, a high exposure, that's when you can say, actually, we need our contract to be for the whole group. So that if we do, then you're thinking in the back of your mind, if you do end up at that worst case scenario where, there's a substantial amount of money outstanding, and you do have to go legal, at least then you've got all the bases covered, and you can actually delve into every part of that business for recovering your funds. Hopefully you don't get to that stage, but yeah, also when you start looking at places like Saudi, where there's a lot of business going on at the moment, a lot of good business to be done there, but also a lot of business to be done badly, because you need wet signatures, you need authorized signatories, you need proper stamps on proper contracts for it to hold up in court. And it's all these little things that we've come up against over here. We've been doing this for sort of close to 40 years within our experience. So we've seen the pain points. But yeah, just understand here, but you're doing business with them, don't be afraid to ask those sort of probing questions. And if you get pushback, it's probably for a reason. So you're probably finding something they maybe didn't want you to find, or delving into that corner they don't want you going down. So yeah, always good just to ask those little bit, push a little bit further and make sure you're doing business with where the money might be.
That's good advice. So, Laura, your thoughts on what people in credit can do to protect themselves?
Yeah, just to add to Josh's, but I think just understanding who your customer's customer is as well. I think that's really important, knowing that full kind of like supply chain piece. Who are they exposed by? What happens to them? What markets are they in? There's a lot of data that's out there. So using like agency alerts, you've got like your payment behavior, market news intelligence. We've got some trade credit forums as well, that they're a good place that, if you're hearing something about it, you can kind of go out and, other people having difficulties, or similarly, are they also receiving a lot of new account applications that are all coming through as well? The commercial teams are also a good point as well. They tend to know a lot, a lot more. If they don't know, they'll find out as well. So I think kind of keeping closer and building those links with your commercial teams are all really helpful too.
Yeah. Paul, that sounds like good advice, doesn't it? Know your customer's customer.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, globally, we're in a very, very strange area, arena, playing field, whatever way you'd like to dress it up. But yeah, know your customer, but know the source of the cash. This is another thing, another key. With so many sanctioned companies across the globe with various different wars in different parts of the country, we need to consider that. We need to know where the source of the cash is coming from. We need to understand things like money laundering. Laura's hit the nail on the head. We need the data. We need credit checks. We need all that live data coming into us to tell us, how the company's, from a risk perspective, is performing. But far too many times, even during the last sort of 5-10 years, you're dealing with a company, they're paying very well, then all of a sudden, bang, they're sanctioned because they're doing business in a country that's now in effect in some sort of war, wherever it may be across the globe. So you can no longer take payment from them.
Yeah.
So where do you go from there when that company is now sanctioned, and they're going, well, we want to pay you, and you're going, well, we can't pay you. So we need to be very, very aware of global sanctions and the challenges that those bring. It's also not just on the credit management side, on the credit control or the order to cash. It's very much in the procure to pay and the procurement side. You need to know your supplier. So again, so many times I've come into this and people go, oh, I don't know what we're going to do. We just had a supplier who supplied a major product for either reselling on, or a major product that we use to manufacture something else. And all of a sudden, they've got they've got difficulties in their supply chains, because they can't pay their suppliers. They can't manufacture this product and we can't buy it. So what do we do? Well, you need to secure your supply chain.
Yeah.
You need to even running credit checks on your customers, know your customers, yes, but run credit checks on your suppliers. Understand your own supply chain. And if you're looking at a supplier that is a major supplier to you, and you're going, well, actually, their credit rating has taken a bit of a bump at the minute. I'm quite concerned. Well, what's your emergency plan? What is it? How do you replace that? You should never be in that position. You should always have your primary, your secondary, potentially even tertiary supplier, that if the worst was to happen, because globally we don't know what's going to happen over the next 5 years. We don't know what's going to happen over the next 8 hours. I think there's an announcement at 9 p.m. tonight, somewhere in the world. I'm not going to mention anything else because that gets political, but there are so many things happening. We just don't know what's going to happen. So it's about how do we protect ourselves and what measures can we put in place. So supply chain is a huge thing. Yes, you got your supplier. I thought globalization was taking a big dent during the pandemic because nothing was moving. But we seem to be going back to that. But if you're buying a product from a particular country many, many miles away, if they're sanctioned all of a sudden because there's a war, or they can no longer supply because of financial risk, who's your second option? Who's your third option? Your third option might be more expensive, but at least you can get supplied. But what impact does that have on the bigger company? I think this is where finance needs to be much more involved in the overall company to help with that, to write the performance and to help deliver the performance that we need. Because sales teams, all these other disjointed teams and their silos are not necessarily going to have access to this information and this insight. So I think within finance, we need to go and get it and then work out, okay, now we've got the data. How can we turn that into insight? What's the actionable material? Who needs to make the decision? Now make the decision. Let's get the additional suppliers in, the secondary and tertiary suppliers. Let's get the contracts in place and let's get ready if the worst was to happen. It's the only
Yeah.
way to secure your own companies.
Be
Is
prepared.
so it's not just credit management. We need to look at the supply chain and P2P, procure to pay.
Yeah. Okay, so just before we wrap up, then I'd just like to kind of go around the panel, if you like, and just give every finance operations leader in the room here one piece of advice to prepare for the next 5 years. And what would it be? So to our audience, okay, if you give one piece of advice to prepare for the next 5 years, what would that be? Anyone want to jump at that one or take that one first?
Yeah, go
I
on.
can,
Sorry, Laura, you
you
go ahead.
No, I didn't mind, Paul. I was just going to say, just build resilience. I think, like, if anything that's shown us like how things can change, build resilience, whether it's in your teams, in your processes, in your policies. Really, that would be my advice.
Okay, build resilience, good one. Joshua, your one piece of advice?
Yeah, I think the future of finance roles and finance as a whole isn't about replacing people with AI. It's about making sure those people are equipped with better information from the AI to then be able to think and make smarter decisions. So I think it's just about unlocking their potential with AI, sort of hand in hand.
Yeah. Okay, and Paul, final thought from you, one piece of advice for the next 5 years to prepare, what would it be from you?
It'll not be a surprise, but invest in your people. Get your people to be better versions of themselves. Invest in their training, their education, make them better at what they do. Which means if you have a change coming down the line, or if the wheels fall off the operation, they're going to have much more knowledge, much more technical knowledge to be able to help actually develop a solution for that, or are more likely to accept the change that's going to happen. So invest in your people. But if you're a senior manager, invest in your managers, get them to invest in the team leaders. It's a trickle down, it's a top down approach, but we need to invest in our people.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thank you very much to our panel for this discussion on what does the future hold for finance operations. Joshua Mayhew, MD of Global Credit Recoveries, Laura Brown, the Finance SSC Director at St. Gobain UK and Ireland, and Paul Taylor, O2C Educational Lead at IFOL. Thank you very much for your thoughts and your insights into the discussion. That brings us to the end of today's P2P and O2C Leadership Summit. On behalf of everyone at IFOL, thank you very much for spending your time with us today. And throughout the summit today, we've explored some of the biggest priorities shaping finance operations, from developing the next generation of talent, embracing automation, leveraging AI, strengthening compliance, managing financial risks. And while these challenges continue to evolve, one thing does remain clear, and that is that organizations that invest in their people, processes, and technology are going to be the ones best placed to succeed. So we know that all your schedules are busy, and we hope today's session has been a good, useful one, giving you some practical ideas, fresh perspectives, and inspiration you can take back to your teams. A huge thank you to all of our speakers and sponsors today for sharing their expertise and real world experiences. If you've enjoyed today's event, we would love to hear your feedback. Obviously, I say it all the time, you only get out what you put in. So your comments help to shape any future summits we do and to ensure that we're delivering the topics that matter most to you as finance professionals. So at the end of today's session, you'll see a summit survey. And we would really appreciate it for just a couple of minutes, just to give us a little bit of important feedback. What worked for you? What would you like to see more of? And we really hope that you'll join us at one of our upcoming events. You'll also get an email after this event with an overview, and that's going to explain about upcoming webinars, solution showcases, and in-person summits as well that we've got coming up in London and Canada. So thank you once again for being part of today's summit. It's been great discussion, really interesting. I've learned a lot. I hope you guys have too. We hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and we look forward to welcome you to another event at IFOL very soon. Until then, take care and goodbye.
Bye.